Good morning. It is just about 9 o'clock, so we'll give everyone 1 or 2 more minutes to come in and then we'll get started. Make sure if you're here that your camera is on so we can see you. Alright, well, it looks like we have almost everybody, so we'll get started. I'm just going to start off really quickly, making sure that everyone who I have on the list is here, and then if I don't call your name, please let me know that you're here so I can get you added. If I don't say your name correctly, or if you prefer to be called something else, please let me know. Rebecca? There you are. I can't see you, but I see your name. Eloisa? There you are. Erica? There's Erica. Thank you. Valerie? There you are. Jessica? There you are. Danielle? Thank you. Do you go by Danny?
Either one works.
Okay. I will write that down. Samantha? Samantha? No Samantha. How about Irene? There's Irene. And Marcella? There you are. Thank you. Kylie? There you are. Lupita? There's Lupita. Elisa? There you are. Shu Chong? Jeffrey. All right, perfect. I will write that down. Thank you. And Caitlin. There's Caitlin. All right, so I do not see Samantha. Samantha going once. Twice. No Samantha. All right. Anyone whose name I did not call? Nope. All right, then we're good to go. So welcome to your CNA course. You are class daily 81, so you'll see that in your online Google Classroom. My name is Jessica. I'll be your instructor for the online theory portion of class, and then you will see other instructors when you go on campus for your clinical. So a little bit about me. I've been teaching for a couple of years now. I started out where you guys are, started out as a CNA, worked my way up to a licensed nurse and then a registered nurse, moved on to get my bachelor's and then master's degree in nursing. So I've been in healthcare for almost 12 years. Seems like a long time, but it goes by really quickly. So I'll tell you, my favorite part of my healthcare career was being a CNA. So if that hopefully brings you some hope for what you're going into, it is a very rewarding area to work in. I have experience in various different kinds of environments, and you'll hear shed some light on some of that experience as we go through. I'll give you some like real life examples, so you'll get to hear about that. I've worked in long-term care, geri-psych facility with dementia residents, worked in clinic, I've worked in a locked psych ward in the hospital. So lots of different places, lots of different experiences that I'll share examples with you of. Before we get started with our actual content, I just want to give you all a quick rundown on what you need, how to get into your Google Classroom, what all that stuff in there is. I know there was a little bit of an introduction in your orientation, but we'll kind of do a review just so you know where you're looking, what you're supposed to be doing. Any questions before we get started? Yeah, Samantha?
I just got on, so I think you did roll call, so I just want to make sure that I was good to go.
I gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, perfect. So we'll get started going over just like a few housekeeping things, rules, all that fun stuff, and then we'll take a look at your Google Classroom. So as far as rules of the class, while you are in class in theory, since we are all at various different locations in our homes, etc., please make sure that you have your camera on so that it can tell that you're here, that you're paying attention. That's how you get credit. So if your camera is not on and I can't tell that you're here, you don't get credit for that day. With that being said, make sure your camera is on and also on you, right? If your camera is on and staring at a wall, I can't tell that you're here. That doesn't tell me anything. So make sure I can see you. I don't care if you're wearing, your best dressed outfit. I don't care if you brushed your hair. Just make sure you're there, you're on camera, you're participating. You can take class from literally anywhere. You could be on vacation, you could be at home, wherever you want to take class that is safe. So somewhere where you are not trying to focus on something else. Driving is one thing that is not safe to do while you're in class. So if I see you driving, I will go ahead and remove you from the meeting, and then you will need to attend a makeup day. So make sure that you are in a safe place, really anywhere but driving. If your camera is not on during class, I'll give you a couple reminders. If you don't turn it on after a couple of reminders, then you'll again have to attend a makeup day. The only way that we can really tell if you're here is to actually see you while we're in class. So just make sure that's on. For class, the best way to ensure that there are no issues with like your internet, with connecting to the classroom, with logging onto our meetings is to use the Google Chrome browser. Since it is a Google platform for our meeting and for the classroom, it works best. So if you have an issue, had some people in the past who are using like an iPad or some sort of MacBook, and they're using the internet on there, that browser does not always work well with Google. So just to give you a heads up, if you're having an issue, try using the Chrome browser. That will work best. I'm not sure either, Rebecca. I don't see you. I see something gray, kind of like a little tile, but we can try to troubleshoot it maybe when we take a break. But just keep interacting so I know that you're there for now. As far as announcements, so announcements will come to you through your Google Classroom. So I'm assuming since you're all in the meeting, you have all had access to your Google Classroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so see lots of yeses, good. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to share my screen with you and I'll show you the classroom and where to look for various things. For this class, you will also need books. So if you have not picked up your books, today would be a great time to do so. You will need them for your homework. So you will need to have this green, hopefully it's not going to blur it out. Oh, there we go. Nursing assistant textbook, so it's the green one. And then you will also need the accompanying workbook. So this is a thinner one and it is light blue. It says workbook on it. So if you don't already have those, please make sure that you go into the school and pick them up. You will need those for your homework. All right, so what you're looking at is my screen. I'm sharing with you the Google Classroom. It's going to look a little bit different for you because you're student versus instructor view, but same idea. So where we're going to start is looking at the first tab that opens up when you log in. So when you log in, what you're looking at is called the Stream tab. So the Stream tab is where you will see any announcements from us. So they will all be posted here. I would advise that you check that maybe every morning before you log into the meeting. Check it regularly because if there is anything that you need to do, that will be posted there. The next tab up at the top says Classwork. If you go to that Classwork tab, you will find a lot more information than we saw on the stream. So Classwork tab is going to have everything that you need for homework. All of your homework exams will be here. All of the skills videos we're going to watch. So pretty much all of our content is here in this Classwork tab. Any questions so far about the Stream tab or Classwork tab or how to navigate to those? Nope. All right. Then we will keep going. So at the top of your Classwork tab, it says Resources. So Resources is the first thing that you'll see there. And there is a lot of important information in this section. So if you didn't use the button on the Stream tab to get to the meeting, there is another link to it here. So this will take you to the place where we are now in our meeting. The next thing that will be important for you is your syllabus. So if you want to review any of that information that you went over in orientation, your CNA syllabus is there. CNA class schedule is one of the most important things that we are going to be referencing throughout your entire duration of your program. So for this schedule, I would suggest either printing it out or if you can download it to your computer. That is going to be very important because it has all of your due dates as well as what you're going to be doing each day. So as you can see on this document, it says your class title. So again, Daily 81 is your class title. It gives you information about where your theory is and also the times. It gives you information about where your clinicals are and the times. And then it tells you by day where you are and what you're doing, and also if there's any homework due. So very important to reference this. I will always tell you at the end of class, don't forget you have XYZ for homework, but if you do forget, then you can always reference this, double check and make sure that you have everything done. So save this, print it, however you prefer to keep it handy. As you look at this document, one thing that I want you to notice is you actually get credit for theory days for 8 hours. We're only in class for 5 hours. So you do get credit for the homework that you'll be doing outside of class. This class moves really quickly because we only have 2 weeks to get through all of our textbook chapters, all of that content that you need as a solid foundation for then moving into clinical. So you do have homework and you do get credit as far as the time spent doing that homework. So keep that in mind. That is part of the class. Your homework, as you can see on the right side of this sheet, includes modules, which I'll show you what those are here in a minute. It includes your workbook, which is that thin blue book that I showed. And then if there is anything else that's going to be included on that day, it will be in the other tab. We'll always talk about those things before they occur. So daily homework in our theory class, as you can see, is going to be the workbook, right? That's due every single day. You'll have chapters in there to complete, and we will go over answers in the class. And then weekly homework, which you'll have throughout the duration of the program, includes the modules. So I'll show you what those are. Don't worry too much yet. So those are always due on Thursday, 11:59 p.m. So those are just once a week. As far as your homework goes, your workbook It is best when paired with reading the textbook. Going through the textbook, you'll find answers for your workbook, so I would suggest opening them both up at the same time. As far as the workbook goes, like I said, you're completing it every day. So tomorrow, you'll have completed your first few chapters, and we will go over the answers in class. We go over the answers pretty quickly, so make sure that you have it filled out. And then if you get one wrong, that's okay. As we're going through them, you can just kind of cross it out and write the correct answer. You won't actually physically turn in your workbook until your first day of clinical. So on your first day of clinical, your workbook will be done and you'll bring it in with your name on it and you'll actually turn it in. Any questions so far on homework? No? All right. So in addition to your workbook, like I said, you have modules. So let's look at what those modules are. So like I said, all of the content is going to be under this classwork tab. That includes the modules. So you have modules here, starts with number 1. If you look at that schedule that we were just viewing, it will tell you that you have modules due this Thursday. Those modules are 1 through 4. So what that means when I say that they're due is you need to go through all of the content in this module. So you can see various different little orange logos. You'll click there and you'll look at whatever is there for you. Sometimes it's a link to a website, sometimes it's a video, sometimes it's just information. So you'll click through all of those links, you'll review all of that information, and then you'll go down to the bottom where it says module exam. And you will click on that. It will take you to a Google form where you will complete that exam. So you don't actually have to print anything or write anything down or turn anything in via email or anything like that. You just go to the form, you fill it out, answer all the questions, you put your name and your email, and then your work automatically gets submitted. So when I say turn it in, it's just the module exam that you're actually submitting. With each module exam, you do need a 75% or higher to pass. So very important that you click through all of those links and that you take the exam and you get a 75% or higher. If you don't get a 75% on the first try, that's okay. Make sure that you go back through the content, refresh your memory, and you actually have 3 tries to pass. So the only thing with that is the first try is the only time that you can get higher than 75. So if you go through all of this content and you get a 90%, that's great. You don't need to take it again. If you do take it again, you're not going to get any higher than a 75 because you've already seen all the questions, you've had an answer to review the material. So give it your best shot on the first try. If you don't get 75, take it again. I saw a hand up. Did someone have a question? No, maybe.
But once we're done with the exam, we just push turn in.
Yep. Okay. You just submit it. Easy, so you don't have to print it or email it or do any of that stuff. So it's automatically into the system, and then your grade gets put into your classroom. Any other questions on modules? All right. Other things that I want to show you under this resources tab up here. There's lots of information on your state exam. There's information about your skills. So your skills you're going to be referencing in clinical. Also a good idea to pull up this CNA Skills Handbook. It'll take you to a website and to start looking at those skills. We will watch videos in our course to show you the skills, and then you'll get to actually practice them once you go to clinical. So it's good to have an idea of what those skills are, what some of the steps are, so that when you get to clinical, you're like, oh, okay, I've seen this before, and then you can actually get some practice in. So this one I would take a look at, open it up as we are going through skills videos, reference it, start to get an idea of what those look like. Next thing you have under resources is your PowerPoints for your textbook. So these PowerPoints I'll pull up as we go through content in class. We won't go through every single word on every single slide of every single PowerPoint, because quite frankly, if we did, you would probably fall asleep because it would be boring and we'd be here for months, right? That's a lot of information. So that's why we go through stuff in class, and then you also have homework to help to solidify that information. So if you ever want to pull up something that you were looking at in class, this would be the place to do so. So you'll have access to all of those. And they're split up into 2 sections. Next, the presentation guidelines. Don't worry about that until later this week. We'll go over that on Thursday. And then this final tool here, I want to bring to your attention because, as you may have noticed, your textbook has 24 chapters. In your content, you only have 17 modules. So the chapters in the textbook and the modules in your classroom are not going to directly correspond. So for example, module 1 may have content from chapter 1, but also maybe from chapter 3 or chapter 4. So they're not going to directly correspond. This tool is available for you if you do want to use it. Some people are like, I don't want to use that thing at all. That's fine. Some people find it to be a great resource. So what it does is it shows you, for example, we will go to module 1. So it shows you for module 1, these are the various different things you're going to be looking at. Some of these things, for example, look at objective 4. That's in chapter 2. So if you're going through module 1 and you're like, where do I find this in my textbook? Look on this sheet and it will tell you. So it tells you for objective 4, you would go to chapter 2 on page 12, and that information would be present there. So this can help you get an idea, if you're looking at something in a module, of where that's going to be in your textbook. So if you find that to be beneficial for use, definitely pull it up as you're going through each module. You will see each module on here, and you will be able to reference exactly where that information is in your textbook. Any questions on any of these resources? No? All right. So like I said, all of your content is here. So all of your modules. We're going to scroll to the bottom so I can show you something else. Down at the bottom where it says state exam skills videos, we'll be watching these throughout class. So anytime in our daily lecture that we come across a skill, we'll actually watch the video to get an idea of what that skill looks like instead of just reading all of the steps. So you'll see these before you go to clinical, and then in clinical, you'll actually get to practice the skills. These videos are here for you if you wanted to reference them again. You can pull them up before you go to clinical. You can pull them up during clinical, before your state skills exam. That way you can see how the skill is supposed to be done. Any questions on anything under the classwork or the stream? All right. So aside from what I just showed you in your classroom, the textbooks that you need, the fact that your camera has to be on, the attendance policy is another important thing to go over. So like I mentioned with the camera topic, if we can't see you here in class, then we can't give you credit for being here. So very important that you're here because, like I said, class moves quick. It's also not very long, right? We only have 8 days together in theory online. Then you go to clinical. So try to be here every day. If you need to be absent, you do have one absence. If you are absent that one day, you will have to attend makeup day, which if you look at your CNA class schedule, makeup day will be Tuesday, the 30th of May. Tuesday, the 30th of May, if you don't have to make that day up, you have it off. So what that tells me, since I really like days off, would be there's a holiday on the 29th. You don't have class on the Friday before. So that would be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off if you don't miss a day. If you do miss a day, you'd have to come back on Tuesday. So use that as motivation to be here every day. So you have one absence, and then there's one makeup day. Typically no exceptions to that. So if you miss more than one day, you're not going to be able to progress in the class. Of course, if there's some sort of crazy thing that happens, communicate with us, let us know. We can try to work with you. In addition to being here every day, I want you to be here on time. So on time, class starts at 9. I would suggest logging in a few minutes early. I know some days when I log in, my computer wants to do an update or something. It's like, great. So if you log in at 8:59, you may not be here in time. So just make sure you are here at 9 o'clock. If you're late, that means you have arrived at 9:07 or later. So you have a 7-minute window there. That doesn't mean I'm going to wait until 9:07 to start class every day. We will be starting at 9, but if you make it in by 9:07, you will not be considered tardy or late. If you are arriving at 9:07 or later multiple days, that will count as an absence. So we usually say 3 days, but it really depends on when you're arriving. So if you're arriving at 9:08 for 3 days consecutively, you'll have to attend a makeup day. If you arrive at 1:00 p.m. for 3 days consecutively, that's a larger problem, right? That's more than a whole day of missing. So make sure you're here, make sure you're on time. That's the basis of that. We'll take attendance every morning, so I will go down the list. I will mark you as here if you're here and I can see you. If not, again, you don't get credit for being here and you'll have to attend makeup day. You will also be receiving attendance sheets in your email. So for each day, you'll just initial that you were here. So the requirement is that I say you're here and also that you say you're here. So I will take attendance and then you will get those attendance sheets emailed to you. You'll sign off that yes, indeed, you were there. Throughout our day, so we start at 9, we're usually done a little bit early. If not a little bit early, we'll be done by 2 every day. During that time, we'll take 2 15-minute breaks. If you need to do something other than those 15-minute breaks, you need to get a snack or take a phone call or what have you, please just let me know in the chat. That way, if you turn off your camera and you're gone for an hour, I'm like, where are you? I thought you were taking a phone call. Where did you go? So I can kind of keep track of what's going on. So if you need to do something like that, just let me know. There's a little chat box down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You can click on that, type a little message, and then I will know what's going on. I saw a hand. Was there a question?
For the attendance, you send it after?
Oh, something is going off. What was that? Attendance what?
It was after you send it or before class?
The school will send out attendance. It's usually weekly.
Oh, okay.
So after the first 4 days, they'll send an email. I'll let you know when it goes out, and then you'll want to sign that on your email. So it will always come to the email that you signed up for class with. Really important to know what email you used. That's the only way that you'll be able to get into the classroom. That's where you'll receive all communications. When you take a module exam, the email that you signed up with the class for is where you will get a confirmation that you completed that exam. So if you're ever like, oh gosh, did I submit that? You can go to your email and you'll have a confirmation there. So it will always go to the same email that you used to sign up for the class. Aside from that, make sure that when you are trying to complete anything in the class, that you are logged in through the email that you gave the school. If you try to log into the Google Classroom with like your alternate email, it's not going to give you access. Or if it does give you access, it's not going to record anything that you do. So if you take a module exam, it's not going to know who it was or where to send it. So just keep that in mind. Any other questions about anything that we went over? All right, I'm going to pull up the class schedule one more time just to point out a couple of important things on there, and then we'll get started on our content. So here is the schedule. Lupita, if you're having trouble hearing, log out and log back in. A lot of times that will work. If that doesn't work, it may also be internet connection. All right. So what I want you to see on your schedule, there's a couple of days that I want to point out just because in this class there are actually 2 holidays, so 2 days when the school will be closed. So like I said, first 8 days we're online doing exactly what we're doing today. So Monday through Thursday this week, Monday through Thursday of next week. And then Monday, May 29th is a holiday, that is Memorial Day. So we will not have class that day, the school is closed. Tuesday, May 30th, if you miss a day of class, that will be your makeup day. So you will need to log on that day. If you don't miss any days, then you have a long weekend, even longer than it was with the holiday. So make sure that you know if you do miss a day that you are coming on that day. After that, you'll start clinical. So that's on Wednesday the 31st. You'll be in clinical for a few weeks. Keep in mind there is another holiday in there. So June 19th is Juneteenth. That day the school is closed, so you will not attend school on that Monday either. So you get a couple of long weekends. That's exciting. You'll finish up with clinical on Tuesday, the 20th of June. The 21st, Wednesday, you'll get to join me back online for your presentations, which again, don't worry too much about those yet. After your presentations, you will have a makeup day in case you missed clinical. So again, you have 1 day of clinical that you can miss. If you do miss that day of clinical, you have to attend that makeup day on the 22nd. If you do not miss any clinical, you can go in and practice your skills if you want. Otherwise, you have the day off. And then on Monday, the 26th, that will be your final exam. And then you'll be getting prepared to take your state exam on July 1st. Any questions about that schedule?
If I cannot take the state exam that day, is any other day that I can take it?
You will want to follow up with the school. This is the state exam day for this class at VTI. There
Okay.
are other places that you can take your exam.
Okay.
There may also be a later date that they can offer. I don't know all of the dates, so make sure to check with them. You can either give them a call, you can talk to them the next time that you're there, you can go in and ask. So make sure that you communicate that with them so that they can give you the next date that would be available.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you, so if you do think of any questions, maybe after class you're looking through everything and you're like, oh gosh, where did this go? Or can't remember what you said about this, that's fine. Just write those questions down, bring them tomorrow, and we can go over them at that time. And someone joined on a phone. Who is calling in on a phone? Is it Lupita? It's you? Okay, good. I just want to make sure there's not some random person listening to our class. All right, perfect. Thank you. It hasn't happened in a long time, but I have had some random person come into class before. It's very weird. It's like, why are you here? You didn't pay to be here. Also, you don't have any interest in being a CNA. Who are you? Very weird. All right. So if there are no other questions about the basics, then we will go ahead and get started on our content. I just want to see, and you don't have to raise your hand if you don't want to, but if anyone here has any experience in healthcare before, in any sort of role. Yeah?
I've been a CNA before.
All right. So this might be some review for you.
Yes. Right.
Good. So a couple people have been in healthcare before. So yeah, there might be some things that you've seen before. It doesn't hurt to review, right? Always give you a good refresher. If you haven't been in healthcare before, you will learn everything that you need to know to be able to get started in a healthcare role. So very exciting that you are starting out here. Whether you want to be a CNA, whether you want to continue on to nursing, or maybe you want to be a doctor, whatever you want to do. Very exciting first step. All right. So the way that it will work every day when we go through our content is I will share the PowerPoint. Like I said, I'm not going to read every single word off of every single slide because we'd be here for months, and we don't want to do that. So we'll go through topics, and then you'll solidify those topics when you do your homework. So you won't see me talk about every single thing in your textbook, but you will get to see it as you go through. Most days will look like you arrive, I take attendance, we go over workbook answers very quickly, and then we get into our content. So that's how the days will typically work. So we'll start out with Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is just looking in general at healthcare settings, kind of understanding how a healthcare setting works. We'll look at who works in a healthcare setting, who you might encounter as you are working. As I go through each of these chapters, feel free to unmute yourself, ask a question. I just ask that if you are not asking a question or if you don't have a comment, to please keep mute on. Sometimes if your mute is not on, it will pick up on background noises and then nobody else can hear me. So just try to keep your mute on unless you have a question. All right. So looking at healthcare settings. In a healthcare setting, you are typically working with other providers. A provider could be another nursing assistant, it could be a nurse, it could be a doctor that you're working with, maybe a physical therapist. So the provider is whoever is providing the services to the client or to the resident. The place where the providers work is called the facility. So the facility could be a long-term care facility, it could be a hospital, it could be a clinic. It can be even someone's home, right? Sometimes we do home health. We go into people's homes and we provide them care services in their house. So that could also be a facility. And then luckily for us, we're not really involved with payment, right? I don't know about you, but healthcare payment and insurance and all that stuff makes my eyes go crossed. So luckily we don't deal with any of that, but it is important to know payers for healthcare services are usually insurance, maybe Medicare, that is actually paying for the services provided by the providers in the facilities. Like I said, there's a lot of different facilities. Most commonly for nursing assistants, working in a long-term care facility, maybe a skilled facility, or a hospital. Long-term care facilities are a facility for someone who needs 24-hour-a-day care. So that means that person lives there. They receive care every hour of every day of every year, right? So they need help pretty much with activities of daily living. They need help with anything from getting up to going to bed. Skilled care facilities are usually a step down from the hospital. So maybe someone was hospitalized for some sort of surgery. Maybe they had broken a bone. Maybe they had an illness. After they're done with that hospital stay, they may go and receive skilled care. Skilled care, what that means is that the care is medically necessary. So there needs to be some sort of nurse or physical therapist, occupational therapist, someone providing services to this person to help them to get better. Length of stay really depends on the type of facility. So if you think about a long-term care facility, length of stay is probably the rest of their life, right? We don't ever plan on them going home. They are there, they move in, they are now a resident of that facility. Versus hospital, usually you go to the hospital for a few days, maybe a week, and then you're discharged. So length of stay really depends on the type of facility. Other facilities that you might see or that you might work in, assisted living facilities. So assisted living facilities are kind of a step down from long-term care in that the person who lives in assisted living does not need 24-hour around-the-clock care, but they need help with something throughout the day. So assisted living facilities, maybe they just need meals prepped for them. Maybe they just need some assistance with bathing. Maybe they're just there so that they can have some help with, housekeeping, getting their laundry done. Maybe they need some help with medication, reminders to take pills. They don't need help with everything all the time. So they're a little bit less involved. Typically, an assisted living facility is more like individual apartments. And usually we're not like going in and providing care in those apartments all the time. It's usually based on, resident calls and they're like, hey, I need help with this. And then you go help them. So it's more of an independent situation. In addition to assisted living, long-term care, skilled care, like I said, care can be provided in the home. Home health care is care that we deliver in someone's living environment. So that could be in their personal home. Maybe they live with a family member or friend. We can provide care there. Side note, if you are interested in home care, VTI does offer a home health aid program, and you can take that program for free after you complete your CNA. You have, I think it's 6 months, but don't quote me on that, to actually complete the home health aid program for free. So if you want to do home health care, you might think about considering that program. You do have to have your CNA license to be able to take that program. So why are we taking care of people in healthcare facilities? Usually they have some sort of either illness or injury. Long-term care facilities, typically some sort of chronic illness has occurred. So that means that they have some sort of medical condition that is long-lasting. It's with them usually throughout the duration of their life, and it requires some symptom management. So maybe they have heart disease and they need help getting their medications and getting their weight taken and putting on their compression stockings. Maybe they have dementia. They need help remembering when to eat, how to go to the bathroom, when to take a shower. So there are lots of different diagnoses or conditions that these residents have that require our care. We have a whole chapter on dementia, so we won't talk about it in depth today. I want to bring to your attention the fact that there are two different types of settings. We kind of talked about long-term care versus hospital care. So these two different settings require the person to have some sort of illness, injury, and usually we judge when and how long a person is going to go, when they're going to go, how long they're going to be there by what they have. So if they have, like we just talked about, they may be in a long-term care facility for the rest of their life. If they have an acute illness, like maybe they just have an infection that they need some care for, maybe they had surgery and they just need some rehabilitation on that surgical site, they may be receiving more acute care. So acute care given in the short term, acute and short, that's how I remember it. Acute care is short term. So acute care, usually given in the hospital. Care for some sort of chronic illness or injury is going to be more long-term care facility. When we think of like skilled nursing, like I said, that's kind of a step down from the hospital. So if you think about the hospital as an acute care setting, a subacute care setting may be the skilled facility. One thing that gets kind of confusing with acute, subacute, chronic, etc., some facilities will have different units. So you may, when you're applying for jobs, maybe you apply for a job at facility A. And facility A might have a dementia wing, they might have a long-term care wing, and they might have a skilled wing. So that's essentially long-term care and skilled care under one roof. So pay attention to when you're applying for jobs, where exactly you're applying to work, what sorts of residents they have there, what sorts of care they're providing, so that you know, maybe you want to work with people who are in skilled care, but you would also want to know that, hey, you might be working in long-term care if they also have a long-term care wing. So keep in mind, sometimes those services are all provided under one roof. Outpatient care is another type. If you work in a clinic setting, you might see outpatient care. This is someone who comes in for some sort of procedure or treatment, but does not stay overnight. So they come in, they receive the treatment, and they go home. Rehabilitation and rehabilitative care are typically given in a skilled facility. We'll talk more on those next week. We have an entire chapter. Someone have a question? No, I heard something. All right. Hospice care, we'll also talk about next week. We have a whole chapter on that. So we will proceed. Any questions so far? No? All right. So we're going to look a little bit at payers. Like I said, luckily for us, we're not involved in the payment process. But it's important to know how the services that we're providing are actually paid for. Healthcare is one industry where we're providing service, but we're not necessarily receiving a direct reimbursement or payment from the person we're providing services to. So, for example, you don't go into your resident's room in the morning, wake them up, help them brush their teeth and get dressed, and they give you $20, right? That's not how it works. So how it works is you provide the services, the facility bills for those services to insurance, Medicare, what have you, and then those services are paid to the facility and the facility then pays you. So some of the payers or the ways that we get reimbursement for the services that we provide are insurance companies. Insurance companies are split up into two categories. We have HMOs and PPOs. Main difference between an HMO and a PPO is what doctor you can see at what clinic. So an HMO covers care that is received by a specific doctor or group of doctors, with the exception of emergency care, of course. If you have an emergency, you're not really going to be able to seek out that specific doctor. So if there's an emergency, rules go out the window. Otherwise, you have to see a certain doctor or maybe a certain few doctors that are covered. With the HMO, you see the doctor, and then that doctor can refer you to see other doctors or other specialties. So let's say maybe you had a rash. You go in and you see your primary doctor, and your primary doctor says, yep, you have a rash. I'm going to give you this cream, and I'm going to refer you to the dermatologist or the skin doctor. So the only way that you would be able to see the skin doctor is if you had that referral from the primary doctor. With the PPO, it's a little bit more freedom in that you can typically see any doctor. Any doctor that is approved will be covered by the insurance. Any doctor that is not, you can still see, but there may be an additional cost. With PPOs, you do not have to receive a referral from the primary doctor to see any special doctor. So if you had a rash and you wanted to see a skin doctor or dermatology, you would just make an appointment and go see them. You wouldn't have to go to the primary doctor first. So again, we don't deal with insurance services, but important to know what types of plans that may actually be reimbursing our facilities for the services that we're providing. This little diagram is from your book, just kind of a review of what we talked about. We're going to get into Medicare and Medicaid in a little while as well. Medicare is a very common payer that you will see in a facility, mainly because in a long-term care facility, most residents qualify for Medicare. They're usually over 65 years of age, and they're able to receive those services. Moving on to things that occur in a long-term care facility. So typically, in a long-term care facility, you are assisting residents with what we call ADLs. ADLs are activities of daily living. So this is, if you think about from the time you get up in the morning to the time you go to bed at night, everything you do between. So getting up and taking a shower, maybe grooming your hair, brushing your teeth, getting up and walking, eating breakfast, drinking water, getting dressed, transferring, going to the bathroom. All of these things are things that our residents may need our assistance with. Keep in mind, like I said, there are different types of facilities. Some facilities may specialize in long-term care. They may have assisted living, skilled care. Like I said, maybe a dementia wing, maybe a wing for residents that is more locked and safe for someone who has dementia. So all of those services can essentially be provided under one roof, or you may see independent facilities, for example, just assisted living or just memory care or just skilled care. So in addition to providing care for ADLs, thank you, Rebecca, what other services do you think long-term care facilities have to offer for their residents that are essentially living there? Any ideas? Think about what things you need in addition to bathing, brushing your teeth, etc. Like food, right? So they're going to need like a dining room. They're going to need someone to cook the food. What other services do you think they'll need in long-term care?
Laundry.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Need someone to do their laundry, right? Housekeeping kind of services. What about aside from mealtime, what are they doing all day? Maybe like activities, somebody to keep them busy, right? So they're going to need that. In a facility, sometimes light bulbs go out. Maybe there's an ant problem. So they're probably going to need like a maintenance department, right? Somebody to fix the light bulbs and the door handle breaks off or something's not working properly, the window won't open or close. They're going to need maintenance to come and do that as well. So lots of services are essentially provided in a long-term care facility. Pretty much all the services that we would need in our day-to-day life, all provided under that one roof. As far as services that might be offered for different needs, think about how the services offered in an assisted living facility may be different than those offered in, for example, memory care facility. So thinking about different services that are provided based on the needs of the residents in that facility. Also think about your training. Your training is probably going to differ based on where you're going to work, right? If you're working with assisted living residents, you might be trained differently than if you're working with someone in memory care. communicating with someone who is memory impaired or has dementia is a lot different than communicating with someone who doesn't. So think about how your training may also be different. Any other differences that anyone can think of? Maybe think like emergency care. If there's a fire in the building, it's going to be a lot different if you have a bunch of residents who are cognizant and able to get out of the building versus if you have residents who are demented and maybe not able to get out of the building. So there's going to be a lot of differences in that training, differences in the services provided, kind of depending on what residents you're taking care of. If we look at a long-term care facility, these are just generic statistics, not one specific facility, not a specific facility in California or anything like that, just in general. Most residents in long-term care are over the age of 65. Majority of residents are female. Majority of residents are non-Hispanic white people. About 50% of the people in a long-term care facility actually come from a hospital, and about a third of them come from their private residence. So maybe they were living at home alone and they can no longer care for themselves, so they come to their facility. Almost half of residents in a facility have some form, some stage of dementia. So that's quite a few, right? So important to know that even if you're not working in a memory care facility, you may still be taking care of a resident who has dementia. Also think about why it would be important to know, like I said, if you're working in a facility that offers assisted living, long-term care, and skilled care, why it would be important to know where you're going to be working that day. Why it's important to know what group of residents you're working with so you can prepare yourself for that shift. Like I said, it's a lot different communicating with someone who has dementia versus communicating with someone who's maybe pretty much independent in an assisted living facility. So important to know who you're going to be working with so you can prepare yourself. Length of stay, usually in a long-term care facility, is going to be 6 months or more. Like I said, it's usually the rest of their life, right? They move in, they don't really have the plan to ever move out of that facility. Usually they stay there forever because they need that care. So residents with a length of stay of 6 months or more are the majority of the residents in long-term care. Like I said, they require 24-hour round-the-clock care. So that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, right? Just because it's Christmas doesn't mean that they don't get care that day. They need care every single day. Usually residents are in a facility because they either could not take care of themselves, or maybe they don't have family to take care of them, or maybe the family cannot take care of them at home. One thing that I want you to know, when I started out as a CNA, I was 18 years old. I was very young, right? I had just graduated from high school. I didn't have a lot of knowledge based in healthcare. It was my first time ever being in healthcare. I didn't have anyone in my family who was in healthcare. And so it was kind of eye-opening for me. And one thing I always wondered when I started working in Geri Psych, so dementia facility. I always wondered why the residents were in the facility instead of living with their family. And as I worked there for longer and longer, I realized why family members really cannot take care of someone who has dementia safely. So I really want you to keep in mind that it's easy for us to judge family members and friends of these residents, but to realize how taxing it can be to take care of someone who needs this sort of care. To realize that a lot of times our residents' family, their friends, maybe have jobs, children of their own. Maybe they have some sort of health condition themselves. They may not be able to provide safe care to these residents. So if they don't have someone who can safely take care of them at home, they may need a facility. And that's why they come to us. That's why we provide them that round-the-clock care. People who are admitted to a long-term care facility and don't stay 6 months, so usually shorter-term residents, they may be admitted with a terminal illness, maybe on hospice services. Maybe they are expected to eventually die in the facility. In my experience, there are a lot of instances where residents will move in towards the end of their life because they need additional care. Also, because a lot of times that scares the family. The family doesn't want to be the one to walk into the room and find the resident dead. So sometimes residents will move in as they're approaching death. We take care of them for their last days, months, etc., and then they pass away in our facility. They also might be admitted for some sort of temporary illness, maybe rehabilitation services. When I worked in GeriPsych, we did an adult daycare program. So residents who actually lived with family and friends, but maybe the family and friends worked during the day, maybe they were going on vacation for the weekend, the resident would come and stay with us for that time. So that's another option, something that you might see. So you essentially provide them with the same exact services that you would provide to anyone else. They just aren't staying there permanently long term. So think about how the care you provide for someone who's there temporarily versus someone who's there permanently for years might differ. Also know that many residents who move into a facility oftentimes don't have a lot of outside support. Maybe they don't have family or friends in the area. Maybe their family and friends have died. Maybe they didn't have children, so they don't have anyone to look after them. So it's really important that we are able to provide care for the whole person in this situation. So not only are we doing their ADLs, right, giving them a bath, helping them get their meals, we're also engaging with them socially and emotionally. So it's really important that while we're providing those ADLs, we're conversing with them. We're seeing how their day is going. We're asking them if there's anything that they need assistance with. Maybe if they want to do a puzzle, right? So we're engaging with them on that level as well. And I'll tell you, I don't think being a CNA is rewarding because you get to clean up bowel movements and give showers, brush teeth, right? The rewarding part is really that social and emotional engagement. So a very important part of the care that we provide. Any questions so far? Not yet. All right. So moving on to policies and procedures. A procedure is a method or a way of doing something. So your facility will typically have a procedure for what to do in the event of the fire alarm going off, a procedure for what to do to get residents prepared for mealtime. Policies are a course of action that should be taken when a specific situation occurs. So your facility will have specific policies for that facility. These sorts of things are outlined in your new employee orientation. So you learn about these things when you get hired. In general, policies and procedures that you will see when you are taking care of residents, all resident information is confidential. Residents' care plans, which we'll go over here in a little bit, must be followed. The care plan is basically your procedure. So what you need to do with that resident every day. So you will see if you need to give them a shower that day, or if they need assistance with eating, or maybe they need help transferring. Very important to only do jobs or tasks that are on your job description. We'll talk more about scope of practice here shortly. Important to know that in your facility, you report to the nurse. That is the next person above you. So you need to know who the nurse is on shift with you at all times, know how to contact them. Also really important in healthcare in general that we do not discuss our personal problems with residents or their families. So if I was your supervisor and I went in and talked to a resident that you take care of frequently, I should be able to ask the residents questions about you that they cannot answer. They should not know things about your personal life. They should not know that you're going through a divorce, or that you got in a car wreck last weekend, or that you're going on vacation with your friends to the Bahamas, right? Residents do not need to know about our personal lives. We're there to provide care to the residents, to learn about their lives, not vice versa. So the way that I like to think of this is when you get to work, no matter what has gone on in your personal life, I want you to kind of brush that off, wash your hands, go into the building, and provide care specifically to those residents. So the residents should not be able to tell if you're having a bad day, if you're having the best day of your life, if you're going through something in your personal life. They should not be able to see any of those things. So all those things kind of need to be left at the door. You go in, you work your shift, you provide the care to the residents, and then you take care of whatever it is that was going on in your personal life after, or on your break or your lunch, etc. Like I said, in healthcare, it's a different sort of payment system, right? Because we don't go in and provide care and then receive payment from the residents. We don't actually accept any money, gift cards, tips, gifts, anything like that from residents. Healthcare is an industry where tipping is not something that is okay. We do not accept any of that. If a resident or their family tries to give us something, we can just politely decline and let them know, it's against our policy to accept that, but then maybe refer them to the nurse so that they can talk to the nurse about that. If they want to do something for the facility, oftentimes the facility will have some sort of policy in place for that. Remember, most of these residents are residing in a facility 24 hours a day for the rest of their life, right? So they depend on us. So we need to be on time for our shifts. We also need to show up for every shift. If for some reason we're not going to be able to show up, we need to give advance notice of that. Just keep in mind, when I started out as a CNA, we had one person that I worked with that would consistently either be late or just call in a few minutes before the shift started. Keep in mind, not only is that annoying for your coworkers, right, because now they're short-staffed, but keep in mind that your resident is relying on you to provide those services. So if you show up an hour late, they're not receiving the services that they were expecting for that hour. Or if you just flat out don't show up, somebody else is either going to have to stay or they're going to have to operate on, short staffing. And the residents are not going to receive the level of care that they're expecting to receive in that facility. So if you've worked in a different sort of setting before, oftentimes people are not relying on you that heavily, right? If you've worked at maybe a restaurant or maybe a big box store or something like that, if you don't show up, it's not detrimental to the well-being of other people. It is in healthcare. So it's really important to be timely and to be dependable. Like I said, usually you get to see policies and procedures in your new employee orientation. Make sure you ask questions if you have them. If you're unsure of a policy or you don't know the procedure, make sure that you get those things clarified. Any questions on policies or procedures? All right. So moving on to surveys, we won't get too in-depth on surveys, but I do want you to know that if you work in a facility, the facility is essentially being given the ability to operate by various different agencies. Most of the time it's a state agency. Some of the time it's an additional agency that's accrediting them, allowing them to provide those services. So those people that are giving the facility the ability to operate want to make sure that the facility is actually doing what they say they're doing, right? So what that looks like is a survey. So maybe the state comes in and does a survey and they look and they say, are you doing the things you say you're doing? Are you providing 3 meals a day? Are you showering or bathing residents on the schedule that you say you're showering or bathing residents? How do your residents feel about the facility? Do they feel like they're receiving the care that they expected? Do they feel like maybe they're not receiving the care that they expected, and why? What's going on? So a lot of times people who work in a facility are afraid of a survey or the surveyors But essentially, I want you to keep in mind that if you're doing your job the way that you're supposed to be doing it, there's no reason to be worried. If you're doing your job the way that you're supposed to be doing it, the residents are cared for, and that's what we're there to do, right? So if the surveyor comes in and they're looking to make sure that everything is done exactly how we say it's being done, nothing to be worried about. If we're not doing the things that we're supposed to be doing, and most commonly what that ends up being is a lot of citations for bathing. So what happens is maybe we're supposed to bathe Mrs. Smith on Mondays and Wednesdays and Saturdays. And the state comes in to do a survey, and maybe someone did bathe Mrs. Smith on Monday, but nobody actually signed that they bathed Mrs. Smith. Nobody documented it. So then the surveyor says, well, Mrs. Smith hasn't gotten a bath for the last 3 Mondays, and you say that you're giving her a bath every Monday. What's going on, right? So to them, that looks like, oh no, Mrs. Smith's not receiving the services that she is expecting to receive, the services we say we're providing. So that looks like a deficiency, right? So what they issue is a citation. So a citation is a problem that they found during the survey. That doesn't mean your facility is going to be like closed up and boarded up and nobody can work there or live there. That just means that essentially the facility has a certain amount of time to fix that issue before the state comes back to resurvey and make sure that that issue has been resolved. So we'll talk more about documentation in the future, but really important to document everything that you do, because if you don't document it in healthcare, what that means is that it did not happen. No matter how many times you tell them it happened, you didn't document, it didn't happen. So like I said, surveys can be done by the state. They can also be done by a third party called the Joint Commission. The Joint Commission is a nonprofit that evaluates and accredits healthcare agencies. So a lot of times when a facility has Joint Commission accreditation, they boast about that. They're really happy and proud about that accreditation. So you'll usually see it like on brochures or flyers that they have, that they're Joint Commission certified. So that's just an additional step. When a surveyor actually comes into your facility, important to know when they're there, who they are, right? Because we don't want random people coming into our facility and watching us do the things we're doing. They'll always have a name tag. It'll always say where they're from. They'll typically introduce themselves. They might watch your interaction with residents. They might talk to the residents or their families. They might review the residents' charts. They may observe mealtime, activity time, transfers, etc. They also may ask you questions. So really important when you are asked a question by anyone that you either give them an answer if you know it, or that if you don't know the answer, you refer them to the nurse. So if they said to you, when was the last time Mrs. Smith had a bath? And you have never taken care of Mrs. Smith, you might say, you know what, I'm not sure, but let me get you the chart and direct you over to the nurse, and then she can help you. So never say, I don't know, I'm not really sure, don't know, sorry, can't help you, right? Either answer the question or direct them to someone who can. Any questions on the survey process? No. All right. Moving on to Medicare and Medicaid, and then we will take our first break. So Medicare and Medicaid are services that are offered federally. So CMS is the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which is a federal agency that essentially provides these services. Medicare is available for people over 65 who have certain disabilities or permanent kidney failure, who are ill or cannot work. So if they're 65 or older, automatically qualified. If they have other disabilities, kidney failure, are ill or cannot work, they may be qualified at a younger age. Medicaid is medical assistance for people who are low income as well as people with certain disabilities. So could be a qualifying disability, kind of like Medicare. For Medicare, the main difference is that age, so 65 or older, and also the parts that are offered. So Medicare is split up into 4 parts. Those are parts A, B, C, and D. Each part of Medicare covers a different part of healthcare services. So for example, part A would cover a hospital stay. Part B would pay for medical services, like if you went and saw a doctor, any medical equipment that's necessary. Part C allows for private healthcare companies to provide Medicare benefits. So if you've heard commercials on the TV or the radio about like United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, or I've seen one recently for Aetna Medicare Advantage Plan, or Kaiser Permanente Medicare Advantage Plan. Those Medicare Advantage plans are Part C. So that allows for the resident to sign up for Medicare, but to receive additional services under another healthcare agency. So usually the services that they're offering for those Advantage plans is maybe they group in vision and dental, or maybe they have, it's usually called silver sneakers, like basically a fitness program for older adults. So they offer these additional services that Medicare itself does not offer. And then Part D covers drugs. So any prescriptions that are given by the doctor are covered under Part D benefit. Again, not important that you know how the services are paid for or what pays for what service. Just important to know that Medicare is usually the insurance that our older adults have, and there are various different parts of Medicare that are covering their services. Medicaid, again, for low income as well as special circumstances with disability. Medicaid is funded not only on the federal level, but also on the state level. So Medicaid services or benefits are different depending on what state you are in. So someone in the state of California, their Medicaid is going to look different than someone in another state because the state also has some say in what those benefits are. So what does it look like in a facility if someone has Medicare and Medicaid? So the person moves into the facility does an assessment to see what sorts of services that resident needs. And then the facility bills Medicare and Medicaid for the services based on what the resident needs. So the long-term care facility then receives a fixed amount for those services, and then of course pays everyone who is taking care of those residents in the facility. Any questions about Medicare and Medicaid? No? All right. So last topic here is person-centered care, trauma-informed care. So person-centered care, essentially in healthcare, we're going to take care of each individual person as an individual. We're going to provide care based on their needs and their capabilities. We're not going to group everyone into a general category and say, oh, you know, these 5 residents have dementia, so we'll just do all their ADLs, right? Each person has different abilities. Each person needs help with different things. We base the care that we provide on each individual, so it is person-centered care. Trauma-informed care, we need to recognize that not all experiences that people have in healthcare settings are positive. If you can think back to childhood, or maybe you have children, oftentimes they're afraid of the doctor because they don't want shots, right? They don't want the needle in their arm. So that's trauma that has been induced by a healthcare setting. So we need to consider different experiences and trauma that has occurred in people's lifetimes. Consider that when we're providing care. So I'll give you an example. I had a resident that I took care of in the GeriPsych facility. She was in the later stages of dementia. Unfortunately, the only thing that stuck with her was the fact that her granddaughter had drowned. Her granddaughter had drowned in a large body of water, and she died. This resident was deathly afraid of water, even into her later stages of dementia. She was deathly afraid of the bathtub, the shower, any amount of water that could potentially drown her. So when considering that, we had to give her essentially sponge baths. We could not put her in a bathtub or a shower because she would cry, she would hyperventilate. She had a really bad experience in the past, and she carried that through with her. So instead of just giving her a shower and telling her it would be okay, we had to adapt the care that we provided based on that past trauma. So very important to know those things about your residents. All right. Any questions on anything that we covered in chapter 1? No? All right, then we'll go ahead and take our first 15-minute break. So for your break, go ahead and mute yourself and turn off your camera. Come back in 15 minutes, and then we will get started on chapter 2. Enjoy your break.
这几天呢，用手机买东西就方便了，就不带现金了。这有了两个编在一起那是算一个还是算两个？
一组。哪个国家的呢？
美国。就必须上他家去买是吧？
要不想不想？
啊。
哪个国家的呢？
美国。
美国现在真的。你在这定居了呗？
没，就我和我老公回来。
交换没有。
这有了两个编在一起那是算一个还是算两个？
一组。
2块5。我拿3个吧。你说它多大呀？大宝现在17了。
现在17了。
大宝啊，你还记不记得这个地方啊？然后进去再买点豆腐脑啊、小菜呀。再来2碗豆腐脑，然后豆浆也还有吗？豆浆有。给浩哥打电话，他还要我买点小菜干豆腐。我跟你们说，大宝小的时候啊，老在这吃东西，多认识大宝了。那咱就买了豆浆，然后它叫什么3柱油条，就是油条吧。然后给浩哥买2碗豆腐脑，他说1碗不够，那就买2碗吧。然后你说艾尔你过来的时候，其实我差不点找不着了，我就找到红灯那个位置，然后就觉得是不是在这儿啊？然后就往那边瞅，我是不是走错了呀？然后再往那边瞅，不对呀，就在这儿啊！然后就往前走一点点找着了。如果我走路回去啊，那这个油条就没有那个嘎巴嘎巴脆的感觉。浩哥他要是在这，他就打滴滴了。我也不会打呀，看看能不能打车吧。你坐那 bus 也行啊 ，bus 收入微信呢，我也没有现金呢。这几天呢，用手机买东西就方便了，就不带现金了。这多少
？7块。
上车挺有意思的，我就觉得，万一我要说话了听不懂了怎么办呢？听不懂那就得下车吧。然后过来的时候，他还问我是哪个门啊？北门啊？南门啊？那个东门啊？哎呀，一说这个我就迷糊了，我就说我不知道啊。我说那这个就直走，然后在这拐，然后就告诉他怎么走。来吧。给老头送点饭了。然后这几天呢，我们已经开始收拾东西，所以家里边稍微有一点乱。过来吃饭吗？还睡大觉呢。
啊，太困了。
味儿真大。一会儿艾尔克要跑。
All right, welcome back. Make sure your camera's on when you're here. And Rebecca, I'm wondering if maybe your computer needs access to your camera through Google. So if we can't figure it out by the end of the class, then we can troubleshoot after everyone leaves. But I think it might be that you haven't given Google permission to use your camera. So we will see. You're welcome. All right. And just making sure we have everyone. Irene, are you back? There you are. And Melanie is not here today, and Caitlin. All right, everybody is here. Any questions anyone thought of on break? Are we ready for chapter 2? No? All right, moving on to chapter 2. So chapter 2 is talking about the care team, so who all you might be working with. So to sum it up, essentially, it depends on where you work for who all you're going to work with. For example, if you work in a long-term care facility, you're going to be working with other nursing assistants. You'll have the nurse. You may have like a dietary department that you work with, housekeeping department, versus if you work in the hospital, you're probably working with nurses, doctors, etc. So depends on where you work for who you'll work with. Important that as you enter into the healthcare workforce that you introduce yourself, get to know other specialties, who they are, what they do, and remember you're all there for the same reason, right? To help the residents. So important to know what each individual that you're working with is doing. Another really important member of the healthcare team is your resident. Also, in some instances where maybe residents don't make their own decisions, or maybe they have dementia, their family members are also considered to be part of the healthcare team. So they're part of the healthcare team because they're involved in that decision-making process. It's really important that they have a say in what's going on with their care. So we talked about ADLs. Want to bring to your attention assistive devices. This is a very, very broad term. There are a lot of different assistive devices for people to help them perform activities of daily living. These could be things like adaptive utensils for eating, wheelchairs for getting around, shoe horns for putting on the shoes. There are a lot of them. We will take a look at them as we go throughout our chapters. Your role as the nursing assistant, like we talked about already, help with ADLs, also engage on a social level with residents. And as I mentioned in chapter 1, a huge part of your role is your charting or your documentation, right? Because everything that you do needs to be documented so that anyone who comes in to do a survey or is maybe checking the charts can tell what has occurred. So documentation, the rule of thumb is if you didn't document the care you gave, then the care was not given. So it doesn't matter how many times you say, yes, I did that. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, I did that. I just didn't document it. It was not documented. If it was not documented, it was not done. So very important to do your documentation. Also very important to keep up to date with your documentation. The way that we communicate between healthcare providers is through that documentation, right? So if someone asks me, hey, do you know if the nursing assistant gave mom a bath today? And I'm like, I didn't, but I'm not sure. Let me check the chart. If it's charted, I could be like, yeah, looks like the nursing assistant, Jane, gave your mom a bath today. Great, I can give that information. So that's how we communicate in healthcare. When we think about the healthcare team, I want you to know that your role as a nursing assistant is very important. You spend the most time with these residents. You interact closely with them on a daily basis, right? You're there helping them get up in the morning. You're there helping them get to mealtime and get to bed at night. So you have more contact with them than any other member of the healthcare team. So because of that, you are considered the eyes and ears of the healthcare team. So you play a very important role in collecting information or maybe observing things that other people would not be observing. So for example, maybe you're getting someone ready in the morning, you're helping them get dressed, and you notice a bruise. That's something that maybe the nurse wouldn't notice because the nurse is not helping them get dressed, right? So that's something that you could then bring to the attention of the nurse. So your eyes and ears, what you can see and also what the resident tells you, can give a lot of information to all of the other members of the healthcare team. This is a question in your workbook, so you'll get a free answer here. If you're assigned to take care of a certain section of residence, so let's say you're taking care of rooms 1 through 5 today, and there's a resident who is maybe in room 10. You're not taking care of them that day, but they're asking for help. Maybe they're asking for help getting to the bathroom, or maybe they want a snack. What are you going to do if they're not on your assignment sheet to take care of, but they're asking for help? Anyone want to take a guess?
Notify their nurse.
Good. So the only thing we're not going to do is say, sorry, I can't help you. You're not on my assignment sheet today, right? The residents don't know what an assignment sheet is. They don't care. As long as you're there with a name tag and you're a friendly face, they're going to ask you for help. So you want to figure out, first off, do you know this resident, right? Do you know how they transfer if they need to go to the bathroom? Do you know their diet if they're asking for a snack? If so, great, help them. You know, if you know their care plan, maybe you've taken care of them before, you can give them that help. If you don't know that information, you want to find whoever's taking care of them, right? So maybe you have like a walkie-talkie or pager system. You can page that nursing assistant and just say, hey, this resident's asking for help. They need to go to the bathroom. I'm not sure how they transfer. Can you meet me in their room? So find the help that they need. If you can't get a hold of their nursing assistant and you're not sure what to do with them, ask the nurse. The nurse knows every resident in the building, and most nurses have gone through CNA school and have been CNAs. They can help you. So the only thing you don't want to do, like I said, is just say, no, sorry, I'm not taking care of you today. Good luck, right? We would never say that. So make sure that you either help them if you know how, or find someone who can help them. All right. So looking at being a professional worker. So when you enter into a healthcare setting, like I said, your personal life, what's happening outside of work, needs to be left at the door. It's not because no one cares what's going on in your personal life, but it's because we don't want to portray our own problems onto our residents, right? We don't want our residents to be worrying about us. Our job is to be there to take care of them, not them to take care of us. So professional, that means anything to do with work. Personal, anything outside of work. Family, friends, home life, whatever happens outside of work. So really important to be professional when you're on the job, to take care of personal issues, personal tasks, etc. on your own time, outside of work, on your breaks, your lunch, before or after work. What does it mean to be professional? You need to be compassionate, right? You need to care. You need to be concerned about the well-being of your residents. The reason that we go into healthcare is because we care about people, right? We want to take care of and help people. You need to be able to identify with their feelings, be able to try to understand what they're going through. Also be sympathetic, right? If someone's in pain, you wouldn't just say, suck it up, right? You'll be fine. You need to have some sympathy for people. Really important to be tactful, know what's appropriate in the workplace and what's not, and be conscientious. Be aware of what's right versus what's wrong. Know what you can do in your workplace and what you cannot do. Providing that person-centered care we talked about is really important, so individualizing the care that we provide to each individual resident. Being positive, being polite, keeping resident information confidential. Again, not discussing personal issues with our residents. And also, please, when you are in your workplace, do not have out your phone. Do not be playing on your smartwatch. Do not have in headphones and be listening to music, right? That's going to distract you from essentially your job, which is to take care of the resident. So we shouldn't be using those devices while we are caring for residents. On lunch breaks, on breaks after work, great, but not during your shift. Making sure that we call residents by what they wish to be called for. So if you ever are not sure, use their legal name. right? If they ask you to call them something else, great, call them something else, whatever they prefer. Remember, we do not accept any gifts, tips, anything like that in healthcare. We receive payment from the employer, not from the residents. Always follow your facility's procedures and policies. Make sure that when you're communicating with residents, you communicate in a professional way. Residents might use profanity, but it is unprofessional for us to use profanity in the workplace, so please remember that. Also, making sure that anytime we are going to be assisting a resident, we're always explaining who we are, why we're there, and what we're doing. Imagine if someone came into your room in the morning and woke you up and told you to get up for breakfast. You'd be like, who are you, right? Why are you waking me up? And why are you telling me about breakfast? So you always want to introduce yourself. I'm Jessica. I'm the nursing assistant. I'm here to help you get up. Breakfast is just about ready. Something like that. And then explaining, I'll help you get dressed, or I'll help you brush your teeth, or what have you. When you're interacting with people in the workplace, it's really important that you communicate, that you do your documentation. Remember, that's a huge part of communicating between healthcare providers. Ask questions if you have them. We don't all know the answer to every question. If we did, life would be really boring, right? We would never learn. So ask questions. If there's any issue with your ability to do your work, maybe you're out of gloves, maybe the resident doesn't want to do whatever it is that you're needing to do, make sure that you report those things to the nurse. Like I said, always know who the nurse is that you're working with also. Oftentimes facilities will have shift changes offset for nursing assistants and nurses. So you might come on to your shift and be working with nurse A, and then partway through your shift, the nurses might switch and you might then be working with nurse B. So always know who the nurse is and how to get into contact with them. Like we already talked about, be reliable, right? Be on time, follow whatever the dress code is for your facility, be neatly groomed and dressed, be a role model for your facility, not only while you're at work, but also outside of work. For example, let's say you have a specific uniform for work and maybe you have a name badge. So you got your name badge, it says your name, maybe it has your picture, maybe it says your facility's name, and you leave work and you're going to go out with friends that night. Please don't wear your uniform and your badge to the bar, right? That's not really a great representation of your facility. So please keep those things in mind. Personally, I don't want to wear my uniform outside of work because I don't want all of that yuck in my car or my house, right? So I usually just change clothes at the end of the shift, put my uniform away, take it home, wash it, go out and about. So keep that in mind when you're wearing your uniform. You really need to be representing your facility positively. As far as grooming goes, common sense, right? If you have long hair, pull it back. If you don't pull it back, think about urine, feces, and vomit. Those are things that could get in your hair. Yuck. Sometimes residents with dementia will also pull your hair. So if you don't want it pulled out, pull it back. Grooming, don't be super heavy on the perfume. Take a shower, use deodorant, all those fun things. There are grooming tips on page 14 of your textbook if you would like to investigate that further. Most facilities will have a dress code and it's usually scrubs, right? Those are the easiest things to cover our bodies, give us some storage for pens, paper, what have you. Also easy to wash. So if you get something yucky on it, take it home and wash it. If your facility does not have a dress code, just keep in mind the job that you're doing. Dress appropriately for that job. Closed-toed, non-skid shoes, tennis shoes, some sort of healthcare shoe, are great. Open-toed shoes, sandals, heels, probably not going to be able to do your job. Same thing goes with like shorts, skirts, tank tops. Think about the job that you're doing, dress appropriately for that job. If it was my choice, I would just wear scrubs because I've got like 45 pockets. I can keep everything I need in there and then take them off and wash them, right? And I don't really care if feces gets on there because it's not really something that I care that much about. It's not my favorite shirt, my favorite pants. So usually scrubs and closed-toed non-skid shoes. Any questions so far in chapter 2? Nope. All right. Moving on to the chain of command. So the chain of command essentially is who you report to, the line of authority in your facility. So typically for the nursing assistant, you're going to report to the nurse who you're working with on that shift. If there's an issue that comes up during your shift, that's who you're talking to about that issue. Really important that in our line of work, we know what our scope of practice is. What that means is what we are legally allowed to do, and usually that is permitted by federal and state law. State laws are typically more stringent than federal law. So what I mean when I say this is, as a nursing assistant, you have a different scope of practice than the nurse. So as a nursing assistant, you are limited to what you can do, whereas the nurse is able to do more. So if something comes up that is needing to be done and it is outside of your scope of practice, you would be able to recognize that, and then you would be able to notify the nurse, hey, this needs to occur. I know it's outside my scope of practice, so wondering if you could help. Really important that you know your scope of practice and that you never step outside of it, because if you accidentally cause harm to someone, hopefully accidentally, right? We would never intentionally harm someone. You can be held liable for that, and that can result in you not being able to practice as a CNA anymore. This little diagram comes out of your textbook. It's really small and hard to read on the screen, but essentially what it's showing you is in the green box on the bottom is the nursing assistant, who the nursing assistant reports to, who that person reports to. So moving on up as far as who is in charge in that facility. So, like I said, when we talk about scope of practice, it's defined federally. It's also defined by state. So things that nursing assistants as nursing assistants can never do, so federally, include performing any procedure that requires a sterile technique, making a diagnosis, telling the resident or their family the diagnosis or the treatment plan. Those are things that no nursing assistant in any state is able to do. So keeping in mind your scope of practice, think about why it's really important for you to follow that, why you would never do anything outside of it. Also think about, you're learning about scope of practice as you go into becoming a nursing assistant, but not everybody knows what the nursing assistant does versus what the nurse does. So you might have a family member ask you to do something that is outside your scope of practice. What do you think you're going to do if that happens? Anyone want to give it a guess? Good. Ask for help, right? You're going to tell the nurse, hey, family member's asking me to do this. I know I can't do it. Would you be able to help? So that's what you need to do if you receive that request. And what you would say to the family member requesting for you to do that is just, I'm not trained on that. So I know that the nurse is able to do that. So let me go grab the nurse and they can help us. So you wouldn't just say no, right? You need to explain why you can't do it. If you just say no, they're going to be like, oh, that lazy nursing assistant never wants to do anything, right? Because they don't understand that you can't do it. So make sure that you explain that and then kind of pass that on to the nurse. So within your scope of practice, you can do a lot of things, right? ADL care, you can communicate with residents, you can take them for a walk, you can play games with them, you can do a lot of stuff. So each resident, the stuff that we do for them is going to be defined in their care plan. Each resident has a personalized care plan based on their needs. So how they transfer, what their diet is, how they eat, how they shower. Do they like a shower, a bath, morning, night? All of that information is going to be in their care plan. Residence care plans, again, are all individualized. So when you're taking care of maybe residents in rooms 1 through 5, you should know how each of those residents receives care, what care you need to be providing, and how you're going to provide that care. So if you're not familiar with the residents, brush up on the care plans. That's the best place to learn the information. And then, of course, if you have questions, you would ask the nurse. Interesting piece of information is the care plan is written by the nurse. So the nurse knows those care plans. The nurse sets those all up. So if you ever have a question about them, best place to go is directly to the nurse. Also, if you ever receive a request to do something that is not on the care plan, you would need to ask the nurse, right? Because if it's not on the care plan, you can't just go ahead and do it. You would need to get permission, speak with the nurse about that before you do it. So most care plans, most documentation is online now. It's on the computer. You have an electronic health record. You do your documentation there. This is an example of a resident care plan. So it's really small, but it's also in your textbook if you wanted to reference it. It just goes through basically all of their ADLs, diet, any information that you would need to take care of them would be on this information sheet. So when we look at how do the nurses come up with a resident care plan, right? What needs to be done so that they can know what the resident needs? The nursing process takes place on admission. It also takes place periodically based on the policies of the facility. So usually in a facility, it's on admission, and then anytime there's a change or every 90 days. Some facilities do it more frequently. That's okay too. So what happens with the nursing process is the nurse does assessment. They assess the resident. They get information based on what they see, what they hear, maybe information from the family members. They look at the resident's health problems. So what diagnoses does the resident have? So those diagnoses come from the doctor. Maybe they have heart disease. Maybe they have a pressure ulcer. Maybe they have dementia. So the nurse looks at those diagnoses, and then the nurse sets goals and creates that care plan. So for example, maybe the goal is to assist the resident to take a shower twice a week. Once that care plan is created, it's put into action. So you, the nursing assistant, see that care plan, you know how to take care of that resident, you provide the care per the care plan, and then we essentially make sure that that care is successful. So making sure that the care that you are delivering is going well. So looking at those steps, where do you think the nursing assistant would be most helpful to the nurse in this nursing process? Which of these categories? And there could be more than one. Good. Yeah, so assessment, right? Because you're the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. So you may come across various different things that you can report to the nurse. Implementation, because you're checking the care plan and putting that into action. And then evaluation, because if something's not going right or something is going right, you're going to let the nurse know, right? Maybe the care plan says that the resident is ambulatory and you get the resident up to walk and you're like, this doesn't seem safe. You would want to let the nurse know. The nurse can come and do an assessment on the ambulation, and then they can update the care plan. So we play a very important role in this nursing process. So making sure that we are reporting any of these observations to the nurse so that that can be updated if needed. Any questions on resident care plans? All right, moving on to delegation. So delegation in healthcare is transferring the responsibility of a task to another person. So when we look at delegation, delegation is going to come from someone with a higher scope of practice to someone with a lower scope of practice. So usually from the nurse to the nursing assistant. The thing you want to keep in mind with delegation is if the nurse is trying to delegate something to you, this should be a task that you know how to do. You should understand the circumstances. You should be talking about the same resident, right? Confirming who we're actually doing this on. You should have communication with that nurse. And you should also know, are you supposed to follow up with the nurse? Are you just supposed to document it in the chart? What are you supposed to do with whatever the result is of that task? When you are being delegated to, ask yourself those questions. If you don't know how to do the task, you're not comfortable with it, you've never been trained to do it, you don't have to accept the delegation. Of course, you don't want to be lazy and be like, no, I don't want to do that today, right? But if you don't feel safe to do it, you don't know how to do it, you don't understand what they're asking, then you would not accept that delegation. So one example would be maybe you finish up your CNA program, you pass your state exam, and you get hired in a facility. And you have done vital signs in clinical, but you've never done them like in the setting that you're working in on a resident. And the nurse is like, hey, I need you to check a blood pressure for Mrs. Smith. Let me know if it's above 130/90. And then please document it in the chart. And you're like, okay, I did learn how to check blood pressures in clinical, but I've never actually checked one on a resident. So maybe you're not comfortable with that yet. Maybe you say, I'm a new grad. I've never checked a resident's blood pressure. Would it be possible for you to come and check it with me, like to make sure that, I'm getting an accurate reading, or to make sure that I'm following the right procedure? That's okay. Just make sure that you communicate that, right? If the nurse asks you to do something and they don't know that you're brand new or you've never done it, they don't know that they maybe shouldn't be asking you, or maybe that you need help. So please communicate those things. Just because the nurse is asking you to do something does not mean you have to say yes, right? You can say yes, but, or no, I'm not really comfortable with that. And that is okay. So when you're asking yourself, is this something that I can do? Think about the job. What are they asking you to do? Do you have the skills necessary to do it? Do you have questions about what you're doing? Do you have the supplies you need to do that? Do you know, in the event that something goes wrong or that you have a question, how to reach that nurse? And also, are you both on the same page, right? Do you both have an understanding of what one another are doing? So does the nurse know that you're going to check the blood pressure? And do you know that you're going to check the blood pressure? Does the nurse know that you're going to document the blood pressure and then report back? And do you know that? So is the same understanding between the nurse and the nursing assistant. And remember, ask questions, right? If you don't know something or if you need help, it's best to ask that question and to find the help that you need so that residents can remain safe. Any questions on delegation? No? All right. Next up, planning your day. Planning your day is really important. You usually are going to have like an 8 or 12-hour shift, kind of depending on where you work. So planning out what you're going to do between those hours is important. You don't want to go in not knowing what exactly you're going to do, and then it's 7 hours in and you've got 1 hour left and you haven't done anything, right? That's no good. So planning ahead is really important. So when you get to the facility for your shift and you get clocked in and you get your scrubs on and your shoes on and you're ready to go, and you head out maybe to get report from the previous nursing assistant, and you get that report and okay, I'm taking care of rooms 1 through 5 today. So you get that report, you look through the care plans, you make sure you know what all you need to do. Are there any showers that day? Who needs help getting to the dining room? Who needs help, getting ready for bed, brushing their teeth? So making sure that you know everything that you need to do. Prioritizing those things. So maybe you have an incontinent resident. Probably should prioritize getting them to the bathroom first before you assist someone else if they're incontinent. We don't want their skin to be sitting in urine or feces. So make a schedule. First, I'm going to go into room 1 and I'm going to help them to the bathroom. Next, I'm going to go into room 3. I'm going to assist them to the bathroom, and they also need a shower. So you're going to combine activities, right? They need to go to the bathroom, they're incontinent, and they need a shower. Get the brief off, get them to the bathroom, get them into the shower. Combine those activities. And then, of course, if any time throughout your shift you're like, oh, I can't do this on my own, I need help, I need someone to go check on this person because I'm stuck in here with this person, ask for help, right? If you ask for help and someone else can come and help you, maybe they're finished with what they needed to do, maybe the nurse can come help you, great. If you're going to ask for help, though, you should always be able to offer help in return. So don't be the person that asks for help all the time, but then when everyone else asks for help, you just kind of hide in the break room. Don't do that, right? If you're going to ask for help, make sure that you're helping other people as well, working as a team. Know where to find help. Like I said, most facilities will have some form of communication system, pager, walkie-talkie, etc. So know how to get a hold of someone if you need them. Know what all nursing assistants you're working with that day. Know what nurse is on shift with you, and know how you're going to reach them in the event that you need help. If all else fails, maybe your walkie-talkie is not working, the battery's dead, you can't find someone, there's usually an emergency cord in the room. If you pull that, you'll probably get more help than you bargained for, but you'll get help. So if you're needing help and you can't reach anyone, there's usually an emergency cord in the room. Any questions on the healthcare team or your role as a nursing assistant? No? All right. Moving on to chapter 3. Chapter 3 is my least favorite chapter. It's on legal and ethical issues. It's my least favorite chapter because I don't think we should have to go through these things, but unfortunately, in my experience and in the experience of many people, they do happen. So we have to touch on them. So looking at legal and ethical issues, laws or the legal aspect, these are rules that are set forth by the government. Ethical issues are the knowledge of what is right versus what is wrong. Healthcare, ethics is extremely important. We know, for example, behaving ethically is treating each resident with the respect that they deserve, right? We don't hit residents or bite residents or yell at residents. That would be unethical, right? That's not our job. So law and ethics in healthcare means being honest at all times, protecting resident privacy, keeping resident and also the other staff members that you work with information confidential. If you see or suspect any abuse, reporting that abuse. Following the care plan, again, that tells us what we can and cannot do. Following your assignment. Not performing any task that is outside of your scope of practice. And of course, reporting any observations, incidents, anything that the resident tells you to the nurse. Documentation, remember, if you did not document it, it did not happen. Documenting not only accurately, but also promptly. Please keep in mind for documentation, you only document something after it's done. You never pre-document something. So you would never go and document that you gave someone a shower before you actually gave the shower. But you want to make sure that once you give the shower, you document it. The way that I liked to do this when I worked in the Jerry Psych facility was from the time that I got to the facility and started my day until my first break, I would sit down and document everything that happened before I went on break. Then when I came back from break until my lunch, I would sit down before my lunch, document everything, and then go to lunch. So anytime that you're going to take a break or a lunch, Try to document everything that you have done that morning, that afternoon, that evening, etc., before you leave. All of your documentation for the entire shift needs to occur before you go home from that shift. So best not to save all your documentation for 10 minutes before you're supposed to go home, because chances are you're still going to be busy. You're going to forget things that happened. Another thing I've seen happen is maybe you take care of residents for 4 hours in the morning and then you go on lunch and you don't do your documentation. And then your child's school calls, child's sick, and you can't come back to work. Now none of your documentation is done and nobody knows what you've done all morning. So really important to get that documentation in promptly after you provide the care. We'll talk about infection prevention tomorrow, chapters 5 and 6. So we'll go over the rules of infection prevention in a healthcare setting. Again, we don't accept payment, tips, gifts, gift cards, anything like that from our residents. We also do not ever want to become personally or sexually involved with residents, their family members, or their friends. Remember that this is a professional setting, a professional relationship with these individuals. While you're in the workplace, you have the responsibility to promote legal and ethical behavior. You need to know what to observe, what to report, and also how to report that. So we'll get into a little bit more on that. Any questions before we talk about this? All right. So OBRA is the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, abbreviated OBRA. This was a law passed by the federal government that implemented minimum standards for nursing assistants in their training, staffing in facilities, resident assessment instructions, and also information on what we call resident rights. The MDS, or minimum data set, is a detailed form that assesses residents in a long-term care facility. So basically, in order to make sure that each facility is collecting the same information on their residents when the resident is admitted to the facility, there is a specific form that is filled out. So that specific form is the same for every facility. Every facility then submits that for reimbursement from the other federal government agency that we talked about, CMS. So OBRA set the minimum standards for nursing assistant training at 75 hours. Again, remember, these things are federal law. So some states, aka California, have higher hours of training that are required to be licensed in that state. I can tell you, in my own experience, 75 hours of training is nothing. That is the most minimal training I could ever imagine before I set foot into a facility as a nursing assistant. So be thankful that in California, you have to have more hours. You get more practice. You get more lecture, right? You get all that information that you need before you start working. Some states go with the federal requirement, which is 75 hours, and personally, that scares me. OBRA also required a competency exam for nursing assistants. That exam is your state exam. It requires you to answer a written portion on paper and also demonstrate skills that you have learned. Yes, it sounds scary, but it is very important, right? Because if you don't know the basics and if you cannot perform the skills correctly, you're not safe to be going into the world as a nursing assistant. So it is really important to take those exams seriously, to pass them, to show what you know and the skills that you can do so that you can safely care for your residents. OBRA also required in-service training or continuing education units for CNAs, requires 12 hours annually. As you may know, California requires quite a few more. So again, you get to get more knowledge and be more informed in your care that you're providing. Yeah, Jeffrey? So continuing education trainings, there are various different forms. You'll learn about them in your modules, but there is online training. There's also in-person training. So at VTI, we provide continuing education units. They're called CEUs. Those continuing education units basically just brush up your knowledge on your job as a nursing assistant. So those are required for you to complete to maintain that license that you get when you pass your state exam. So it's really just brushing up on your skills, brushing up on your knowledge, just keeping that stuff fresh. Good question. OBRA also established a state registry of nursing assistants. So now anyone who becomes certified as a nursing assistant, as a nurse, as whatever sort of healthcare provider they're going to be, you can look up their information. You can look up their license online. And I'll show you an example of that in a second. So what that does is that makes it so that if an employer has your application for a job and they want to make sure that you have a CNA license and they want to make sure it's in good standing, they just pull up the internet, type in your name, and up it comes. So what that does for residents is make sure that you're safe to be able to take care of them. Because let's say something happened at one facility, maybe you were accused of abuse, so you quit that job and you try to apply at a different facility. That's scary, right? If you're abusing residents, nobody wants you to work in their facility. They can look up your license, and if they see, oh, looks like you were actually, there's this pending litigation or there's something against your license, we don't want to hire you. So anyone can see that information. I can pull up in any state anyone's license just by opening up an internet browser. It also sets standards for instructors to meet. So I have to have certain education, training, etc., to be able to train you. I can't just come in, never experiencing healthcare before in my life, and give you education on how to perform your job as a CNA. So it also required that. So I'll give you an example. Of looking up a license. Give me 1 second here. All right, here we go. So I'm going to share this tab with you. Just because I want to show you how easy that was, right? That took me like a minute, 2 minutes to look up. So I'm in the California government agency website looking at the Board of Registered Nursing. I type in my first and last name, and it gives you all this information about my license, right? It says I have a license as a registered nurse in California. It is a current license. It expires on December 31st of this year. It is called a license by endorsement because I was licensed in a different state first. And then if I scroll down, it tells you right here, there are no disciplinary actions against the license. Anyone can look that up. So if there was some sort of disciplinary action on my license, that would show up right here, and anyone could see that just by typing in my name. So very important to know that a record on your license goes with you wherever you go. It's not something that would ever go away. Don't feel like I even need to say that, but just so that you know how easy it is to look up something like that. I'll also show you on this one. So again, taking me like 1 or 2 minutes to look this up. This one wants to make sure I'm not a robot, so that's good. Not as far as I know. All right. So this one is from the state of Washington. And I'm showing you this one because I want you to see how it shows different licenses. So as you can see, I started in the state of Washington as a nursing assistant. That license says expired. So if you get your CNA license and you don't do your continuing education and you don't pay the fee and renew your license and it is expired and you're trying to apply for a new job, they can also see that, right? So they can also see information on licenses that are not currently active. So very important to know that to keep up to date with all of your credentials. All right. Any questions on that? Give you an idea of how quick and easy it is to look up anyone's license. All right, back to OBRA. So like I said, OBRA sets staff requirements. So there has to be a certain number of people to take care of residents. Kind of depends on how many residents and what their needs are for how the staffing works. So it's not like one nursing assistant to 10 residents. It depends on the needs of the residents. It defined minimum services that long-term care facilities have to provide. So those services we talked about, dietary, laundry, etc. It established that MDS so that every assessment in a facility upon admission is the same. Introduced changes to the survey process, so just how surveys are done, how that follow-up is completed. And it also identified what we call resident rights. Resident rights were identified in order to give residents the ability to speak up. So residents who are living in a facility must be treated by however the resident rights are laid out. So the resident rights we will look at here in a second, but they're basically an ethical code of conduct for us as healthcare workers. So just because someone moves into a long-term care facility doesn't mean that they lose all their rights. They still have rights. One of those rights is informed consent. Informed consent is the process where the resident is involved in the decisions of their health care, right? We don't just go in and say, okay, well, you have cancer, so you're going to receive chemo. No, right? Residents get to be involved in that process. They get to make decisions about their care. So here are all of the resident rights. Basically, I'm not going to read through all of the rights, but basically the residents have the right to a quality of life, to participate in the care that they receive. They have the right to privacy and confidentiality. They have the right to feel like their possessions are secure. The right to be informed of various different things that occur in a facility. The right to have visitors. The right to voice complaints, right? That could be something as simple as, hey, the dinner is cold. Or something like, I don't feel like I'm being treated properly in this facility. So think about those resident rights and think about how we can promote those, right? That decision making, making sure residents feel respected, respecting their possessions, their belongings, making sure that we incorporate that into the care that we give each day. Each chapter, I like to ask you to kind of put yourself in the resident's shoes. Chances are none of us have really lived in a long-term care facility at this point, so we may not fully understand what that's like. So I'll ask you to put yourself in the shoes of a resident. So think about all of the decisions that you make in one day. Usually it starts out the night before. What time am I going to get up, right? When am I going to set my alarm for? So what time you get up? What you do when you get up? Do you eat breakfast? Do you take a shower? Do you exercise? Maybe you have children or pets. You have to take care of them first. What do you do after that, right? When do you eat lunch? What do you do after work? What do you do on the weekend? You make all those decisions, right? You make those for yourself. How would you feel if you lost the ability to decide when you get up, when you eat breakfast, when you take a shower, when you get dressed, what you wear? Think about losing that ability, having someone else make those decisions for you. How would you feel, right? If you couldn't even decide when you wanted to eat breakfast, how would that make you feel? Probably not great, right? Like some of your independence or your freedom is taken away. So think about how that would feel for a resident. It's really important, again, that person-centered care. Figure out your resident. What time do they like to get up? Maybe they don't want to eat breakfast at 8 when it's served. Maybe they're more of a brunch person. So maybe we don't get them up for breakfast. I used to take care of a gentleman who worked the night shift, and that was ingrained into his brain. He worked the night shift for like 50 years. So he was awake at night and he was asleep during the day. So we didn't get him up for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, right? Because he was asleep. So when he got up, we served him breakfast. You know, it might have been at 12 a.m., but that was his breakfast. And then a couple hours later, we served him a lunch, and then a couple hours later, a dinner. So we need to keep in mind that not everyone is going to have the same idea of when they want to do things as maybe you or I would. If you've ever heard of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, this prohibits discrimination because of a disability. So usually in a long-term care facility, residents have wheelchairs, walkers, canes, etc., right? They may have some sort of disability that enforces the use of that device. The long-term care facility has to have equal opportunities for someone who's in a wheelchair or uses a walker for the same as they would for someone who does not. So, for example, they have to have a shower that's wheelchair accessible. They have to have a scale that's wheelchair accessible, can roll the resident up in their wheelchair onto the scale. So they have to provide the same opportunities for someone with a disability that they do for anyone else. Any questions about anything so far? All right. Now here's why I don't like this chapter. I don't feel like in healthcare, as we're all entering into a workforce where we want to help and take care of people, that we should have to talk about that you can't neglect or abuse residents, right? Yikes, common sense. But we do have to go over it, not because I think you had any idea or intention of doing it, but because you also need to be aware of how to identify any suspected abuse or neglect. So neglect is the failure to provide the care that someone needs. Failure to provide that care results in some sort of harm, whether that be physical, mental, or emotional harm. Negligence is failure to provide proper care for someone that results in an injury. That is an unintentional injury. Malpractice is an injury that is caused by some sort of healthcare professional not knowing how to do something, maybe going outside their scope of practice, maybe being negligent or careless. Abuse is purposeful mistreatment that causes some sort of injury, whether it be physical, mental, or emotional. Abuse comes in many different forms. Most of the time when someone says abuse, what we think of is physical abuse. That is causing harm to someone's physical person. Other types of abuse, psychological abuse, which is emotional harm. That could come from humiliating, intimidating, isolating, insulting. Also for older adults, treating them like children is considered psychological abuse. Verbal abuse is through language, either spoken or written, pictures, gestures that are maybe embarrassing or harassing. Assault is a threat to harm someone. That typically results in that person being fearful that you're going to harm them. Battery is the intentional touching of a person without their consent. So remember when I said earlier today, we need to explain what we're doing before we do it. If you go into a room and you start removing the resident's pajamas without telling them, hey, good morning, I'm Jessica, the nursing assistant. I'm going to help you get into your day clothes. That could be considered battery because you didn't tell them what you were doing and you didn't give them the opportunity to say no. So if you go in to get someone up and they're like, no, I don't want to get up, we're not going to force them, right? Because that could be considered battery. That could be considered something that they did not want that we continue to do. So again, those resident rights. The resident has the right to make an informed decision. Sexual abuse is non-consensual contact of any type. Financial abuse is improper use of someone's money, property, possessions. Domestic violence can occur with family members, intimate partners, or spouses. It's any sort of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse. Workplace violence, verbal, physical, or sexual, could be by a staff member, resident, or visitor in the facility. Thank you, Rebecca. False imprisonment is the unlawful restraint of someone which affects their ability to move freely. It includes actually restraining them and also threatening to restrain them. Involuntary seclusion is separating someone against their will, so putting them into the room by themselves or removing them away from an activity without their permission. Sexual harassment is unwelcomed sexual advances that create a hostile or offensive working environment. Substance abuse can be legal or illegal substances, using those in a way that is either harmful to oneself or to other people. Usually when we say to other people, that means coming into the workplace under the influence of some sort of substance, which is then impairing your ability to safely care for the resident. When we talk about reporting abuse and neglect in healthcare, as a healthcare worker, you are now a mandatory reporter. This is because you have contact with vulnerable populations, usually the elderly. So these people, as mandatory reporters in healthcare, are required to report abuse, whether it is known abuse, like the resident says that someone hurt them, or you see something that looks like abuse. Maybe you see teeth marks on a resident. That's not normal, right? Nobody leaves teeth marks on someone without biting them. So you are required to report those things. You are required to report them because you are taking care of a vulnerable population that may not be able to report those things on their own. Very, very important. So we won't go through all of these, but these are just things that if you saw them, you might say, hey, that doesn't look normal. That might be something that I report. Teeth marks, like I said, belt buckle or strap marks, like someone has been hit with something, bruises in unusual places, scarring, burns, especially unusual locations or shapes, scratches, puncture wounds, missing hair, swelling of the face, or like bleeding of the nose, broken teeth, any discharge from the genital area. Also think about the fact that you're caring for these residents, giving them bath and changing their clothing. Think about the fact that you might see something that maybe someone else wouldn't see. So maybe their family is not going to see it when they come to visit. Maybe the nurse is not going to see it when they're helping them with their medications, but you are going to see it because you're taking off the clothing to get them into the bathtub. And maybe you see something on their back or you see something, on their leg that maybe nobody else would be able to see. It's always a good idea if you suspect something, ask about it. Oh my gosh, you have a bruise here. What happened? And if the resident says, oh, I bumped it right into the walker yesterday, okay, fine. I would let the nurse know, hey, I noticed this bruise. Resident said they bumped into the walker, and that's that. If they don't know what happened, or maybe it's suspicious, like teeth marks or something, that would be something that you would then be reporting as a mandatory reporter. So again, very important, since you are the eyes and ears of the healthcare team, that you get those things reported. Yeah, Irene?
For a mandatory report, do we report it to the nurse first and then make the...
Yes, so follow your facilities policy. Typically, that would be reporting it to the nurse. You can also report it to the state agency. So usually there's a hotline, and that hotline number will be posted around your facility. It's like Adult Protective Services hotline, and you can call and report that also. When you report to that line, you don't have to say who you are. Obviously, you need to say who the resident is and also where they are, what facility, and give that information. And then those are actually investigated by someone outside of the facility. So someone outside of the facility would then further investigate that. So yes, typically it's the nurse that you're working with. Of course, if there was some reason that you thought whatever had occurred was actually done by that nurse, then you would go to the person above that nurse and you would report that. Does that make sense? So you would want to know who's their supervisor. Usually it's like the director of nursing in your facility that you would go to for that. Good question. Other signs of abuse, again, just because one of these happens doesn't mean someone is being abused, but these are things to look out for, keep an eye on, report to the nurse. Fear, especially fear of being alone, maybe fear or weird behavior around a visitor. Threatening to hurt other people, becoming withdrawn, anxiety, mood changes or disorientation. If family members or friends come to visit and they don't allow for anyone from the facility to be present during those visits, that's potentially a red flag. As well as if the resident reports any questionable care by their family, maybe their friend came to visit and something happened, then we would want to make sure that we get that reported. Of course, if your resident ever tells you that something has happened, you're going to take that very seriously and you're going to report it. So if the resident says a nursing assistant hit them, or a nursing assistant threatened to restrain them because they didn't want to take a shower, we're going to report those things. We would report them as resident reported, right? Because the resident told us those things, but we need to take all of those complaints, those issues very seriously. So we kind of just went through this, but what do you do if you suspect or you see abuse? You're going to follow your facilities policy on reporting that. And you're also going to report it to the state agency. Again, you will have a phone number posted around your facility for that state agency, and you should be reporting that at work. So you don't need to do that like after your shift. You can do that at work. So report it to the nurse and then let them know, like, okay, I'm going to call the hotline and give this report. Signs that someone's being neglected, body odor, if they're not getting showered and they start to kind of develop a smell, if they're having skin breakdown, maybe they're always in a soiled brief or their bedding is soiled with urine or feces. If they're not eating, they're losing weight. Maybe they don't have any fluids being offered to them. Maybe they're not receiving their medication. Maybe they're having pain. All of these things could indicate that they are not receiving the care that they are supposed to be receiving. Any ideas what might happen in a facility to cause neglect of a resident?
Poor training.
Staff. What was that, Irene?
Poor training.
Poor training, yes. So remember when I said it's really important to be reliable, be dependable, show up for your shift. If maybe you're supposed to have 5 nursing assistants working your shift and 2 of them call out, that leaves 3 of you to take care of the same number of residents, right? So even though we're trying our absolute hardest to do all of the care that we need to do for those residents, neglect could occur in that instance, right? Because we don't have all of the hands that we're supposed to have there. Also, poor training, right? Maybe someone doesn't receive proper training and they're trying to do something that they were poorly trained on. Or maybe they don't know that urine sitting on the skin causes skin breakdown. So they're like, yeah, we'll just change the brief before I go home, so the resident's sitting in it for 8 hours. Yikes, right? Skin breakdown. So maybe it's poor training. Those are the most common causes of neglect in a facility. So how can that be prevented? Making sure, again, that you show up for your shift, right? If you're not going to be there, please give as much notice as possible. If you wake up, let's say your shift starts at 7 a.m. and you wake up at 4 a.m. and you don't feel good, call your supervisor at 4 a.m. Don't wait until 6:50 and decide, yeah, I've been throwing up all morning. I think I'm not going to go. If you call at 4 a.m., they have a better chance of finding someone else to come in to replace you. Whereas if you call 10 minutes before the shift, now they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off trying to get someone to come in, right? Or someone from the previous shift to stay. Other ways that neglect can be prevented, pointing things out. If you notice someone's not doing something properly, let the nurse know. Hey, I saw this nursing assistant doing this, and that's not how I was trained to do it, and I just wanted to let you know. So pointing those things out. I would never say to the nursing assistant, like, oh, you must not have been trained right. But I would say to the nurse, like, hey, this was different than I remember being trained, and the nurse can then address that. Again, working in a facility, we're all there to take care of the residents, right? We all are there because we care about the residents. We want to help them. We want to provide the best care possible. So pointing those things out is doing good for your resident, not just being nitpicky. So keep that in mind. So when I said mandatory reporters were mandated to report things like abuse and neglect because they have regular contact with vulnerable adults, what does that mean? So who is vulnerable? Essentially, anyone who cannot speak up for themselves. That could be someone who is elderly, physically ill or disabled, developmentally disabled, mentally ill or disabled, or anyone who has an issue with communication. Maybe they can't see well, they can't hear well, they aren't able to speak. Anyone who has a impairment to their communication is considered vulnerable as well. So all of these people will have difficulty speaking up for themselves. Therefore, we need to speak up for them, advocate for them, and make sure that they're being heard, make sure that they're receiving the care that they are expecting to receive in our facility. So when we think about older people, when we think about some illnesses, dementia is really demanding to care for. If you've ever taken care of someone who has dementia, you probably know it's physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausting. So when someone has dementia and they are a high demand for care, that can be really stressful for the people taking care of that person. Maybe they don't have the proper training. Maybe they're not getting adequate sleep outside of work. Maybe they're not eating nutritious meals. Maybe they're not drinking water. Maybe they feel overworked. Maybe they're working, 7 shifts a week. That's a lot. Maybe they feel unappreciated. Maybe they're getting burnt out. Maybe they're tired of taking care of people who have dementia. All of these populations that require that higher level of care are the ones that are very demanding to care for, the ones that are vulnerable to that neglect and abuse. This is common sense, right? As a nursing assistant, you would never abuse a resident in any way. As a nursing assistant, you need to try to protect our residents from abuse. Remember that if a resident reports abuse to you, if you observe or you suspect any abuse, you report that because you are a mandatory reporter, and that is the law. It's not an option. So even if a resident said to me, yesterday I hit the nursing assistant and then they hit me back, but I don't want you to tell anyone because it's okay, I hit them first. No, right? That's abuse. If the resident hit the nursing assistant, that's not great either, but the fact that the nursing assistant hit the resident is abuse. We would need to report that, even if the resident says don't. Very important that you go with your gut instinct. If you think that that has occurred or you hear that that has occurred, you report it no matter what. I have heard in the past students ask questions like, well, I told the nurse and the nurse said that I didn't need to report it. If you think that you have seen abuse or you suspect abuse or neglect, you're going to report it, right? You're going to go with your gut feeling, even if someone else tells you no. So please keep that in mind. You, with the nursing assistant license, are the mandatory reporter. Nobody else can tell you what to do with your license. Again, when you're reporting that abuse, follow your chain of command in your facility. And then, of course, the state hotline. There are a couple of other acts that have been put into place. Vulnerable adult acts or adult protective services, like I've been talking about. Also in 2010, so not that long ago, there was a law put into place to combat elder abuse. It's called the Elder Justice Act. So again, not that long ago, right? That's like 13 years ago. It seems like those sorts of laws should have been put into place long, long ago. Again, with these laws come resident rights. We went through some of those resident rights. Very important that we promote those resident rights and make sure that those are being followed in our facility. Any questions before we talk about what happens when abuse is reported? All right. So what happens when somebody files a report that abuse is suspected or that they saw someone abuse a resident? What happens is the facility is going to put you on leave. If the facility receives a report that you're abusing residents, they do not want you on the premises until they have reason to believe that that was not accurate. If the facility believes that that abuse has occurred, they will also make a report to the state agency. The state agency will investigate the report of abuse. So the nursing assistant or whoever's accused of abuse can request a hearing with the state agency to give their side of the story. The state agency will investigate that. If they find that the abuse occurred, it is noted in that state nurse aid registry. So anytime someone looks up your license, they will be able to see that. If they find that the abuse did occur, they can also revoke your license, and there can be other legal penalties as well. So all around, not a good situation. Also really important to know, not that I think anyone would do this, but just so that you're aware, if you are in a situation in, let's say, California, and you're accused of abusing a resident, and you try to move to a different state and become certified as a nursing assistant, that other state will receive that report from California. So it's not something that you can get around. So it's not something that someone can be going around the 50 states abusing residents and then moving to another state and getting a job. It follows you wherever you go. All right. Moving on to the ombudsman. An ombudsman you might see around your facility. They're a resident advocate. Essentially, they're a third party, and their only desire is to make sure that residents' needs are being met. So residents, when they move into a facility, they are assigned an ombudsman. That ombudsman can help if there is some sort of issue that arises. The resident can contact them, and they can come in as an advocate for that resident. Only time I've ever encountered an ombudsman in some sort of conflict situation was we had a resident in our facility who absolutely refused to shower. No bath, no shower, ever. Always refused. Of course, we can't force someone, right? We can't just pick them up and put them in the shower. That's not okay. So resident didn't get showers. And we were notifying the family, like, hey, we try to give a shower today. It's not working. Multiple people have tried. The nurse has tried. Resident does not want to shower. resident was living in Jerry Sykes, so had dementia. What happened was the resident decided that they were tired of not having showers, and they called the ombudsman. So the ombudsman came in, they're like, hey, this person says they're not getting showers. Can you tell me why they're not getting showers? So we showed them the documentation. They're refusing showers from multiple different caregivers at multiple different times a day. So yeah, they're not receiving showers, you're correct, but the reason they're not receiving them is because they're refusing. So that was my only encounter in a healthcare facility with an ombudsman. But ombudsman, they're really just another resident advocate. Yeah, Irene?
So when they refuse, you have to make a report about it?
Yes. So each facility will have a different policy. I'll give you an example of one. So let's say you're going to be showering a resident. So you go in and you're like, hey, today's shower day. What time of day do you want to shower? And they say, oh, after breakfast. Okay, so you go in after breakfast and you're like, all right, I got the shower ready. You know, it's time for a shower. And they're like, no, I don't want to shower right now. Okay, so you try again. Maybe you try again after lunch. And they're like, no, I don't want to shower now. So in my experience, it's usually 2 tries, and then you let the nurse know. After 2 tries, if they say no, you tell the nurse, and the nurse might go in and say, hey, it's your shower day. I know that Jessica's asked you a few times if you wanted to get your shower in, and you've said no. I just want to confirm, are you going to be taking a shower today, or are you foregoing your shower for today? So the nurse gives them a third opportunity to take a shower. If they refuse, then you would document that refusal. So that Jerry Psych facility I worked in, that was our policy. It was 3 strikes. So 2 from the nursing assistant, 1 from the nurse. And then we would document that, and the nurse would actually call the family. So the nurse would call the family and say, hey, looks like your mom's not wanting a shower today. I just wanted to let you know. She's refused her shower for today. Her next scheduled shower is, Friday or what have you. So each facility will have a policy for that. So make sure to follow that policy. Yeah, Jeffrey? Yeah, good question. Yes. So I would definitely chart each refusal, attempted to bathe resident at, 9 a.m., resident refused, and then attempted to bathe resident again at 12:30, resident refused, notified nurse. Nurse attempted to get resident to bathe, resident refused, and then leave it at that. Yeah, so making sure that you document all those refusals. Doing your documentation, you want to make sure that what you're documenting, if you were a complete outsider and you were looking at that chart, you could figure out exactly what went on. So you want to make sure someone else could determine what was happening if they weren't there. So saying, yep, they refused at this time, they refused at this time, and then the nurse tried and they refused again. That would be great. Yeah, Irene?
If they want to shower like the next day, because you said their next shower day is Friday, would that be fine too?
Yeah, as long as the facility has the staff and the ability to do so, yes. Most residents, we'll get into this more when we talk about the ADLs in depth. Most residents, when they get older, their skin gets really dry. They usually shower either like every other day or twice a week. So if we are going through the care plan and it says, they get a shower today, and the resident's like, I don't want to shower until tomorrow, and maybe they're doing that over and over, then maybe the care plan should be updated and we should switch their shower day, right? But typically the facility has a plan for shower days and what residents are going to be getting showers, so that, for example, if there's a limited number of showers, baths, everyone can actually get those services in. Also, so that the nursing assistants are not swamped, right? We don't want to give you, Irene, 5 resident baths on day shift on Monday, right? Because you're not going to be able to do anything else if you're doing 5 baths. So they try to split them up so that there's some in the day, some in the evening, between groups, so that hopefully you only have like 1 or 2 showers a day. Some facilities actually will have like a shower aid or bath aid that actually just gives baths all day long. So it's usually a nursing assistant dedicated to giving baths. So if that's the case, great. They can probably just do it tomorrow. But you would need to double check with the facility and make sure that that could happen. Good question. All right. So like I said, ombudsmen, they're really just there to advocate for the resident. They want to make sure that the resident's rights are being followed, they're receiving high quality care. They investigate the complaints, they talk to the resident, they talk to the facility. If there is some sort of deeper investigation that needs to go on, they can also appear in court to work with state investigators as well. All right. Moving on to privacy. So one thing I want to bring to your attention is that in Module 2 for your homework, you will be going through a HIPAA review and competency test. So you will get to revisit this topic. Confidentiality in healthcare is really important. In any other industry, it's usually okay to talk about, other people and what's going on. In healthcare, it's not. In healthcare, we need to keep residents' information confidential. So that information is only shared with people who need to know. Sorry, my voice is going away. People who need to know. So what that means is maybe you're working with 4 other nursing assistants on your shift, and one of them's like, hey, this resident needs to go to the bathroom. Have they already been toileted? That's someone who needs to know that information, right? They're working to care for that resident. But let's say you leave work and you go home and you're eating dinner and your family's like, oh, how was your work day? And you're like, oh, it was good. So-and-so had 5 bowel movements. Your family doesn't need to know that information, right? That's not information that is going to be shared with them. That's probably the most difficult thing going into healthcare is usually we talk to our families and friends about everything, right? We tell them how our day was and what went on. We can't share that information from working in a healthcare setting. So usually we just let our family and friends know that, right? Healthcare is confidential. I can't share any personal information with what went on in my day, but I had a good day. My residents were, all positive and we had a great shift or what have you. You just don't want to share that individual information. Information that we don't want to share is called protected health information or PHI. This is information that could potentially be used to identify someone. That could be their name, their address, social security number, email, phone number. That could be maybe their insurance provider or a medical diagnosis. Any of that could be used to identify them. Like I said, most of our documentation these days is done in an electronic health record. So the patient's medical record is on the computer. We do our documentation there, and then that information can be accessed by other healthcare providers. Usually the electronic health record will include medical diagnoses from the doctor, their history, plan for treatment, medication orders, immunizations they've had, vital signs, lab tests, etc. Since a lot of our stuff is done electronically now in terms of documentation, HIPAA has been broadened to what we call high tech to also protect that electronic information. So HIPAA applies to all healthcare providers. We don't want to write anything down about someone's condition and then have that seen by other people. We don't want to be verbally communicating that information where other people can hear or where maybe someone doesn't need to know that information. We also don't want someone to see that electronic healthcare record and see that protected health information, that PHI. So HIPAA applies to all situations, and high tech really expanded that to that electronic documentation. So think about how breaches of confidentiality could occur and maybe how they could be prevented. Anyone want to give us an example of how they think a breach in confidentiality might happen? Any guesses?
Yeah, maybe talking like in a room where other people could hear or other family members or anything.
Good. Yeah, so maybe talking to a coworker, another nursing assistant, or the nurse, but not being aware of who's around you, right? So someone else hears your conversation. That's really important in a facility like a hospital. You don't want to be talking about patients or residents when you're in the cafeteria, when you're in the elevator, right? Because you don't know who those other people are there. You also don't want to be talking about your residents over dinner. Maybe you go to, dinner after work with your coworker and you're like, "Oh gosh, I was taking care of Jane Smith earlier and it was terrible. She didn't want to do anything." Yikes, right? You're talking to someone who knows the same information as you, but think about the setting that you're in. There's other people around that do not need to hear that information. How else do we think breaches of confidentiality could happen? Maybe like leaving the care plan out where other people could see it. Maybe not logging off of your electronic health record before you walk away, right? If you leave that up and someone walks up and they're like, "Oh, what's this?" Maybe printing out information and leaving it on the printer. That's a big one. Maybe, let's see. Maybe I've had this happen before. Maybe a resident, you have two residents and their roommates and they live in the same room, and maybe resident A asks a question about resident B. And you're like, "Oh yeah, they're doing good, feeling better today." We don't want to share personal information. If your residents want to share personal information among one another, that's fine. I used to have two gentlemen who lived together in the same room, and they liked to play games together. They went to activities. They spent a lot of time together. They were good friends. And they also talked about everything with one another. And so one of the gentlemen was constipated, and he told his roommate. And his roommate had asked me, "Is he feeling better?" He was constipated. And I'm like, "I can't share that information with you, but if you want to follow up on that, you can talk to him," right? Because that's not okay for me to say, "Oh, yeah, he had a really large bowel movement earlier today." If the resident wants to share that, that's fine. That's his own information to share, but we have to be careful when we're talking to other residents about that as well. Any questions so far? All right. We will go ahead and pause there. We will finish that up when we come back. We'll take another 15-minute break. Yeah, Jessica?
So I have a question about HIPAA.
Yeah.
What exactly are you not supposed to say, and can you say? Because I know you told us about your case with like the lady that was scared of water, or person that was scared of water.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you're allowed to say that and tell
Yeah.
that?
So by giving you that information, could you tell who I'm talking about?
No.
That's the reason I can tell you that information. Also, and this is a gray area for someone who's deceased. So she's dead. She died in 2016. So she's deceased. So also she's not living. I'm not going to give you her full name, right? Because
Right.
I don't need to. I don't want you to be like, "Oh yeah, my instructor was talking about Jane Smith," which is not a real resident I've ever taken care of. And then, you're talking to your family and they're like, "Oh, I think I might know her." Yikes, right? That would be no good. So as long as there are no identifying factors, you can give a picture of a situation. Like one day, it's actually for the same resident, but one day in my nursing assistant career, resident had a bowel movement right on top of my shoe. I was getting her onto the toilet. She had a bowel movement on the top of my shoe. I think it's funny, right? Because it's like, how does that happen? Who does that happen to? Only me. So, my nursing assistant friends and I had a good laugh about that. But did I tell them who it was or what facility? No, right? They know the situation, but they don't know any identifying factors. They couldn't identify that resident, even though I told them that little situation. So as long as there's none of those protected health information in what you're telling, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
There's lots of people who are in healthcare who will write books, like stories about things that have happened. And they usually use like a fake name. So like I'm saying Jane Smith, right? That's some generic name. That's okay. Just not giving any of those identifiable factors. Good question. Yeah, as long as there's none of that protected health information in there, you're good to go. Or I took care of a lady, my first job when I was 18, I took care of a lady, and her family had always asked us to take pictures of her on our personal phones and to share them with them. And they gave us permission basically to share that information. So that doesn't happen a lot. That was the only time that's ever happened for me. But her family was amazing. They put together so we would take pictures of us with her, or one day I had some candies at work and she took them and put them in her pocket. And so when I found her eating them, I took a picture of her eating my candies and gave it to her family. And they actually put together like a book for us of all those memories. So that was really neat. But that doesn't happen often, but you can receive permission to share that information. Good question. All right, we'll go ahead and take our last 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish up on chapter 3. So go ahead and turn on mute, turn off your camera, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. All right, welcome back. Make sure your camera's on when you're here. Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Any questions anyone thought of while you were on break? No? Okay. Kylie, are you back? Make sure your camera's on so I can see you. All right, so finishing up on chapter 3. Looking at advanced directives, again, another area that we're not necessarily focused on as nursing assistants, but it is important to understand what these are because you may encounter, for example, patient's wishes or maybe a power of attorney that a resident has as you are providing care. So advanced directives, what that means is someone is allowed to make decisions on what sort of care they wish to receive before the decision actually needs to be made. That way, if they, for example, want to receive some sort of mechanical ventilation or some sort of nutrition in the event that they need it, they can decide like, yeah, I want that, or no, if it comes down to that, I do not want that to keep me alive. So people have the ability to make these decisions before the decision actually needs to be made. So in the event that someone has set forth advanced directives, you will be able to see what those wishes are in the event that any of that care needs to take place. So a living will is a document that outlines what sort of medical care they want or don't want in the case that they need that care and are unable to make the decision at that time. If someone has a durable power of attorney for healthcare, that means that they have appointed someone, friend, family, etc., to make decisions for them if they are unable to do so. So in order to have a durable power of attorney for healthcare, they have to select someone, and then they have to have a legal document filled out, witnessed, and signed. That document then allows that person to make decisions for them if they are unable to do that. Usually what we see in a healthcare setting is called a POST form. That stands for Physician Order for Life-Sustaining Treatment. The POST form is usually a bright colored document. It's also indicated in the electronic healthcare record, usually highlighted in yellow up at the top. This form outlines those wishes, so what they wish to receive or what they wish not to receive in the event that they're unable to make those choices. These decisions occur based on conversations with the resident's healthcare provider. So the physician order for life-sustaining treatment is a discussion with the doctor. It is also signed, witnessed, and dated by the doctor, and also signed by the resident. What we pay attention to on these POST forms is DNR, or usually it's called full code, or that they wish to receive CPR. A DNR means that they do not wish to have any resuscitation efforts performed on them in the event that they have a cardiac or respiratory arrest. That means if we find them not breathing without a pulse, they do not want CPR. If they are what we call a full code, that means that they wish to have CPR in the event that they go into cardiac or respiratory arrest. Other things that you'll see on there, DNI means do not intubate, meaning that they do not want a breathing tube. DNH means do not hospitalize. This is a pretty common one for hospice residents. So residents who are dying and know they're dying typically have a DNH. That means in the event that their condition gets worse, they do not want to be sent to the hospital. Typically, that's because they know that they're dying, they are expecting that condition to get worse, and they don't want to be sent into a healthcare facility for treatment. So it's important to know what your residents are. Are they a DNR? Are they a full code? We will look at the beginning portions of your CPR training tomorrow. But what's important to know is that in a facility, your facility will have a procedure or policy for what to do if you find someone not breathing that doesn't have a pulse. Some facilities allow for a nursing assistant who is CPR certified to start CPR. Some facilities will only allow the nurse to start CPR. So you need to know your facility policy. Regardless of whether or not you can start CPR, you should know the code status of your resident. Many residents in a long-term care facility are probably going to have a DNR. Some residents may be a full code. So that should be indicated in the care plan. That should be something that you know. For the residents that you're taking care of, what is their code status? If you found that resident without a pulse, not breathing, what are you going to do? Also really important to think about how you personally feel about a DNR. As healthcare providers, we have a drive to help people, right? So if someone's a DNR and you find them not breathing and without a pulse, you're not really going to be helping them, right? You're not going to start CPR. That's not what they want. So you need to face your feelings before that happens. Also, remember, residents have the right to make these decisions or to appoint someone to make these decisions for them. We need to follow the residents' wishes. So the Patient Self-Determination Act, or PSDA, it requires us to follow rights and to also make sure that the residents are aware that they have rights when they are admitted to our facility. So residents need to know that they have the right to participate in healthcare, the right to accept or refuse treatment, the right to prepare that advance directive, so to have their wishes known. They also need to see the information that basically grants them those rights. So usually when a resident moves into a facility, they're given like a welcome packet. Those rights are outlined in that welcome packet for them. So they know they have rights. Any questions on chapter 3? All right, then we will move on to chapter 4. Chapter 4 is one of the most important chapters in your textbook. And the reason being is because it talks about communication. And communication is one of the most important aspects of healthcare. The care we provide, of course, is important as well. But if we can't communicate with our residents and with members of the healthcare team, we're not going to be successful in caring for these residents. So looking at communication, what's communication? Obviously, it's when we talk to one another, right? We communicate, we are using maybe words, maybe we're writing stuff down, maybe we're using gestures. We are exchanging information with other people. We send a message to someone, they receive that message, and they send a message back. So here is an example of what that process would look like. Person on the left is sending a message to the person on the right. Person on the right receives that message and then provides feedback to the sender. The communication process in its entirety includes 3 steps. So sending a message, receiving a message, and providing feedback. During a conversation, that process just repeats itself over and over. Effectively communicating is a critical part of our job. We need to be able to communicate with our residents so that we can care for them. We also need to be able to communicate through our documentation and to other members of the healthcare team. Communication comes in two different forms. Most commonly, when we think of communication, we think of verbal communication, right? We are using words, either spoken words or written words. Nonverbal communication is another method of communication. Any communication without words is nonverbal. Typically, what we think of the nonverbal communication as is our body language. So looking at this picture, can't tell what they're talking about, right? There's no indication of what they're communicating, but just looking at body language on these two individuals can tell you a lot. So if you're looking at the individual on the left, this person looks like they're engaged, they're making eye contact, they're leaning forward toward the person that they're speaking to. The other person on the right there looks less than interested, right? You can tell by their body language, they're kind of like slouched back in the chair. They're looking at the other person like, are you ever going to be done talking? They don't really seem interested in that conversation, right? So that body language can tell you some things that maybe verbal communication would not tell you. Think about what happens when there's a conflict between what you're communicating verbally and what your body language is showing. So for example, if you walked into a resident's room and you were standing over the top of the resident's bed with your arms crossed, looking down at the resident and saying, "It's a great sunshiny morning, time to get up." The resident's probably looking up at you with your arms crossed, standing over them like fearful, right? That's kind of scary. Your nonverbal communication is saying something different than what your verbal communication is displaying to them. So keep that in mind. Check your nonverbal communication, make sure it matches your verbal communication so that there's not any confusion there. Also think about how you can use that nonverbal communication to your advantage when you are interacting with and observing residents. Sometimes residents don't tell you everything. One big thing I've noticed in my experience that residents don't want to tell you about is if they're in pain. They think it's normal, they think they're annoying you if they tell you. You can usually tell just by looking at someone if they're in pain. So if a resident's like, doing this sort of thing, you're like, oh, you're holding your wrist, what's going on? Oh, it hurts really bad, right? So that could give you some insight into some observations that maybe need to be reported to the nurse. Other things I want you to think about with communication. In the US, we are very culturally diverse, right? We have all sorts of different people with all sorts of different backgrounds and experiences who all live together. So we all have different ideas of what's normal versus what's abnormal with communication. Really important to know that since we all come from different backgrounds, we all may be a little different, and that's okay. We never want to show bias or prejudice against someone for their culture, their background, or their experiences. So how might culture affect communication? Usually the biggest things that we see are eye contact, touch, and then distance between speakers. Some cultures stand very close together when they're communicating. Some cultures are in different rooms when they're communicating. Some people touch while they're communicating. I find that with the older populations, they tend to be more touchy. So like resident maybe comes up and puts their hand on your shoulder while they're talking to you. I used to have a resident who wanted to link elbows while they talked to you. You would walk down the hall with them with linked elbows and they would be talking to you. Some cultures make eye contact while they communicate, some don't. Some find it to be disrespectful to not make eye contact. Some find it disrespectful to make eye contact. So it depends on culture and background. Really important to kind of get an idea of what your resident is like. How close do they want to be when you're talking? Are they someone who engages in touch while they're talking to you? Are they going to be making eye contact with you? Do they expect you to make eye contact? It's really important to observe those things throughout your communication. Also important to treat the resident, again, as an individual, right? Person-centered care. So treat the resident how they want to be treated. Don't make assumptions. Don't just treat everyone the same. We need to really take the time to get to know our residents so that we know how to communicate with them, what they like, what they don't like. Those sorts of things will help us to build that professional relationship with them. Any questions so far? All right. We're going to look at some barriers to communication. Cliches are a huge one. Examples of a cliche like, oh, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or you opened up a can of worms. You know, there's things that you say that don't really mean anything. Those phrases can be confusing. Also, think about different cultural backgrounds, may have never heard those phrases before. So if I said to you, oh, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, which side's the right side of the bed? You know, which side was I supposed to wake up on? That doesn't make any sense. Typically, when we say you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, that means that you're grumpy, but maybe someone doesn't know that. So cliches can definitely be a barrier to that communication. Other barriers to communication, saying words that maybe aren't understood by the other party, having that nonverbal communication be different than what you're verbally communicating. If the nursing assistant doesn't understand what the resident's saying, maybe the resident can't hear or understand the nursing assistant. Also, asking why questions. If you've ever had a small child ask you why after everything you said, it starts to make you feel defensive, right? So if the resident's like, I don't really want to get up yet, why? They're like, because I'm tired, why? Right? If you keep asking why questions, they're probably going to get defensive. Also, yes and no questions. Yes and no questions put an abrupt halt on a conversation, right? If you're just asking the resident, are you ready to get up? And they say no. Okay, well, there's nothing else to be said there. So you want to ask questions that they're going to be able to give you an answer other than yes or no. Also, keep in mind if a resident speaks a different language, that can be a barrier to communication. If you are working in a facility where there is a resident who does not speak the same language, there are lots of different ways we can communicate with these residents. Interpreters, maybe using like a tablet to translate what we are saying to the resident and then what they're saying back. Maybe you have a nursing assistant who speaks that language and maybe they can help us to communicate with them. So follow your facility's policy on translation services. Whatever policy they have in place is what we should use to communicate with someone who speaks a different language. Last barrier that I want to talk about is slang expressions. So slang expressions are maybe words that have different meanings. So maybe the meaning of the word to you is something different than the meaning of the word to your resident. So for example, one that I've come across in my experience is the term gay. For our older population, that means happy. The term gay means happy. For maybe our younger population, that has to do with the sexual orientation. So very different meanings of the same word. So really important to try to remove any of those terms from your communication with your residents. Make sure that you both have the same understanding of the words that you're using. So how do we effectively communicate in healthcare? The main thing I want you to take home from this entire lecture is that in healthcare, when we are communicating with residents, we need to listen to understand, not listen to respond. So think about the conversations that you have day to day with friends, family, children, etc. Typically, when we're communicating, we're listening to what the other person is saying so that we can formulate a response, right? So we can provide feedback. In healthcare, I want you to listen to what the resident is saying to understand what they're saying, not to provide feedback. Oftentimes, residents want to talk to you, but they don't always want you to give them advice or a solution. Sometimes they just want someone to talk to. So it's best if we can just listen to actually understand what they're saying. It's also very important to allow for pauses to occur in conversation. As we get older, sometimes our thoughts don't come out as quickly. Important to tune into those cultural differences. Also to provide feedback. So act like you're interested in what the resident is saying, right? Don't be sitting there playing on your phone or looking at your smartwatch while they're communicating with you. Watch that verbal versus nonverbal communication. So looking interested versus looking like the person in that picture we looked at that's like, ugh, come on, stop talking, right? So very important to check yourself when you're communicating with your residents. Important to understand, again, what your resident prefers. Do they want to be close, far away? Are they making eye contact or not? Make sure if you're communicating with someone who has some sort of impairment to their hearing, their vision, etc., make sure that they have what they need. Maybe they need their dentures to talk. They need their hearing aids to be able to hear. They need their glasses to be able to see you. Make sure that they have all of those things and that they're all working so that you can be successful in communication. Engaging in communication effectively with our residents will help us to build that relationship with them. Your residents will build a very great relationship with you if you just listen to them, if you just take into consideration what their specific needs are. You provide that person-centered care. Tips to avoid any conflicts, also to help you to build that relationship. Never ignore residents. Don't talk down to them. Try to be at eye level when you're talking to them. So if they're seated, sit down. If they're standing, stand next to them. Show you're interested in that conversation. Again, watch your nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication is one thing that I've had to be really cognizant of working in healthcare. Is like, I may be interested in the conversation, but I'm not always like, oh, smiling, looking super interested. So I have to really work on that. Don't look like you're not interested when you are. So make sure that you are able to show that. Also, don't change the subject on a resident. If they're talking about something, chances are that's important to them. So take the time to talk about that with them before you bring up something different. Always talk directly to the resident that you are working with at that time. So for example, maybe you're feeding a resident in the dining room. Don't be feeding the resident and talking to your coworker about your weekend plans, right? That's rude. Talk to the person that you are there to assist. Always make time for residents also. That's a big one. If you don't have time to take care of the residents, then why are you there, right? You're there to help the residents. You're there to care for them. Best time to communicate with them and make time for them to tell you things that they want to tell you, or maybe tell you about a story that happened in their, work life or before they had children or what have you. Make the time to do that. It's really important for residents to feel like you have time to actually spend with them, not like you're running around with like a chicken with your head cut off. Also think about, there's some residents that maybe cannot communicate with you. Maybe they've had a stroke. Maybe they have dementia. Think about how you would feel if you couldn't communicate. Also think about miscommunication. Think about all of the issues that can be avoided if we communicate effectively. Think about what happens when we communicate effectively. Typically, there is a positive outcome for you and also for the other party if you're on the same page with communication. Any questions about the communication process or successful communication in healthcare? All right. We'll dig a little bit into facts and opinions. So thinking about a fact versus an opinion, very important to know the difference, because factual information is the information that we document. Opinions are things that we do not put into our documentation. So when you look at collecting a fact, it is something that you can detect, right? So factual information, the resident is on the floor. Opinion, maybe the resident tripped, right? We didn't see him fall. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe we think that they tripped over the walker or that someone pushed them, what have you. but the fact is that they're on the floor. So very important when you sit down to do your documentation, to type up your notes, that you only are documenting facts. We all have opinions, I promise you. I have opinions, you have opinions, your residents have opinions. Everyone has an opinion, but those opinions do not come into play in healthcare documentation. Only the facts are documented. Another example of that would be, let's say the resident is served broccoli for dinner. The resident does not eat any of the broccoli. That's a fact, right? They didn't eat the broccoli, it's still on the plate. Maybe your opinion is that the resident doesn't like broccoli. We wouldn't document that the resident doesn't like broccoli unless the resident told us that, in which case we would document it, but we don't want to document that opinion. Only the fact. Resident didn't eat the broccoli. Facts and opinions also take us into collecting information. So collecting information, you can do that yourself. We call this objective information. Objective information allows you to use your senses to collect information. Please do not use taste in healthcare. It's not a sense we use to do anything except for eat or drink our own food or drink that we have brought. So this is anything you see, hear, touch, or smell. So objective information I could collect is, maybe the resident has bad breath. The breath smells bad. Maybe the resident appears disheveled. Maybe their clothes are on backwards and inside out. All of those things I can detect with my senses. Objective information is also referred to as signs. Subjective information, on the other hand, is information that you cannot observe with your senses, but is based on what the resident reports. So common things that you would hear would be pain. You can't really see or feel if someone's in pain or hear it or smell it, right? The resident can tell you about it. Nausea is another one. Dizziness, pretty common for a resident to report. Those subjective pieces that the resident reports are called symptoms. So objective, you can observe with your senses. Subjective comes from the resident. Those are things you cannot observe. You'll see this chart in your workbook this evening as well. Using your senses, different examples of what you could detect. So I just gave you a few, but here are a few more. So think about different things that you might encounter. Think about, usually you can walk by a resident in the hall and maybe smell urine. You're like, ooh, I think they need to go to the bathroom. Usually, if you walk up to a resident, you can see their physical appearance, right? Do they have a bruise? That's something you could detect. If you are checking the pulse, you're touching the resident. You can touch their pulse. You can feel the pulse, and you can record that information. Things that maybe you can't observe with your senses are things that the resident would then tell you. So resident might say, I'm in pain. You may not be able to detect that, but if the resident reports that to you, that is subjective information that we would then report to the nurse. Communication with other members of your team. Remember, anything goes wrong in your shift, report it to the nurse. There's an issue, you have a question, please report that to the nurse. Don't wait till the end of the shift either. If there's an issue like you're out of size medium briefs, don't wait until you're going home to tell the nurse. Let the nurse know as soon as you know that that is an issue. Always respect privacy. Again, remember, you can talk to people who need to know the information, like your coworkers, but be cognizant of where you're talking. You don't want other family members, residents, etc. to be around. When you're in doubt about who you can communicate to or what you can communicate, you can always double check with the nurse first. Things like maybe a resident asks you a question about another resident, or a resident's family member asks a question, oh, I haven't seen this other resident in a while, what happened to him? Those sorts of questions you can just direct towards the nurse. Never share any information with someone who doesn't need to know it. Never share any of that protected health information unless you know who you are talking to. Moving on to medical terminology and abbreviations. You'll see a list of abbreviations in your workbook this evening. I would say those are the most important ones to know. You'll pick up on medical terminology and abbreviations as you are working as well. It's not something where you just can learn all of them right now and then you'll have them for the rest of your life. You'll pick up on new things as you're working. So don't be too concerned right now. If you see a medical term and you're like, ooh, I don't know what that means, or you hear something and you're like, never heard that before, what's that? Best way to learn is to look that up. So if you hear something at work and you're like, I never heard that term before, what's it mean? Pull out your phone on break and look it up. That gives you the opportunity to learn. So example of a medical term would be cyanotic. Cyanotic is referring to discoloration of the skin, typically a blue or gray tint to the skin. That's just one example. When we look at abbreviations, like I said, there's a list in your workbook and you'll be matching them up with the definition. Those are the most common ones. Those are the ones that I would want to know. If it helps you, you can make flashcards for them. So you could have the abbreviation on one side and then the definition on the back. That helps some people. Some people, it's just using them. So use them in your communication. Tell your family, hey, I'm studying to be a CNA. I need to go over some abbreviations with you. Say them out loud. Depends on what type of learner you are for how that works best for you. Any questions on anything we have covered yet? All right. So we're going to go over what needs to be communicated to the nurse immediately versus maybe what could wait. Things that you should stop what you're doing then and there and report to the nurse include falls, chest pain, headaches, difficulty breathing, abnormal vital signs. So if you check someone's blood pressure, pulse, temperature, etc., and it is abnormal, you would want to report that. Change in the resident's mental status. So suddenly they're confused. If they're suddenly weak or they're unable to be mobile, maybe they used to get up and walk and suddenly they can't walk. Yeah, Irene?
Like they don't want to eat.
Yeah, definitely. Your facility will have a policy on that for percentage of food eaten and when to report to the nurse. It's different depending upon, like if they're diabetic, for example, and they don't eat, the nurse needs to know that because they might be giving insulin to that resident that maybe needs to be withheld if the resident's not eating. So you'll follow your facilities policy for that, but it is important to keep note of how much each resident eats. If you're seeing patterns or maybe they eat all of something on the plate and leave the other thing, do they not like it? You can always ask those questions as well and then report those things to the nurse. Good question. If the resident is bleeding or they have swelling in any part of their body, or they have any signs of abuse that we talked about, bruises, cuts, teeth marks, all of those things should be reported immediately. Again, when we give report, whether it be oral report to the nurse or documenting it in the chart, we always want to use factual information, not our opinion. Also keep in mind, if you ever give an oral report to the nurse, you also want to document that you gave that report, right? You want to cover your own bases. So let's say you find a resident on the floor. So you say to the nurse, hey, I need the nurse to come to this area. There's been a fall. You want to tell the nurse when you found the resident. Maybe, if the resident says, oh, I just tripped over my walker, you could give that information. You want to let them know everything that you know that happened. So I walked up and the resident was lying on their right side on the floor with their walker next to them. You also want to note who you're talking to and who you're talking about. So Jane Smith is on the floor outside of room 6 or what have you. After you give the oral report to the nurse, and the nurse comes to assess the situation, you can assist with whatever needs to be done, and then you want to do your documentation. Again, documentation should always occur after the thing is done. So after you give the oral report and get the resident taken care of, you would then document what happened. Make sure that if you are coming across one of these incidents that we have talked about, bleeding, chest pain, fall, etc., never move the resident until the nurse comes and does their assessment and says it is okay to do so. You want to tell the resident that you don't know if they're injured and you need the nurse to see them first. So don't help them get up. Don't, try to move their leg or move their arm or lift up their head or what have you. Leave them exactly as they are until the nurse has a chance to assess them. There are a lot of things that can happen if someone has fallen and had an injury. Maybe they broke a bone or, had something happen, and then we get them up. That can further complicate that process. So very important to wait till the nurse gets there. Keep in mind the chart that we're documenting in, whether it be electronic or on paper, is the legal record of the resident's care. So it has information from doctors, nurses, lab results. It has notes from us. It includes our flow sheets or our ADL sheets where we document baths, bowel movements, etc. All of that information is in that chart. Keeping that information up to date is really important because, again, that's how we communicate among healthcare providers. Also, like I said, you want to do your documentation in a manner which someone else could come in and read it and understand exactly what happened during that time period. Covering your bases is extremely important. The way that I think about it is if you, for some reason, got called into court to provide some sort of testify for some sort of thing, or maybe a resident accuses you of something and you have to go to court for it, your documentation is the only thing that they are going to take into account. So if you did not document what happened and you're trying to tell them verbally what happened, not going to cut it. So document like every time you document, you are going to be taken to court with that situation. Very important to paint a picture of what happened on that shift so that someone else coming in from the outside could read it and understand what occurred. Documentation protects not only you, like I said, but also protects your employer. And again, it provides an up-to-date record of the resident's status. So electronic health records are nice because let's say you're taking care of the resident all morning, you're doing your documentation, the resident has a fall. Resident has to go to the hospital. The hospital can pull up those records from your facility and look and see, oh, okay, looks like she had a bath this morning, she went to breakfast, and then she had a fall. So they can see those records. So very important to keep that up to date so that communication is clear. Follow your facility's policy for documentation. So like I said, most documentation these days is through an electronic health record. Some facilities still have paper. They're very few and far between. Document your care after it is given. Think before you write. Remember, facts, not opinions. If you're typing something up, the computer will know who you are since you're logged in under your own name. So it will typically give a name, title, and time and date on each note that you enter. If you're writing on paper, you need to sign your name, your title, make sure that it's indicated what date and time you are doing your documentation. If you're documenting on paper, it should be done with black ink. Also, if you make an error in your documentation, you are never to use whiteout. You will follow a process which you'll see in your reading. You put a line through the error, you initial it, and then you continue on. So somebody can come back and say, oh, looks like you misspelled the word. Doesn't look like you were trying to cover something up. Documentation in facilities can be done by code, so follow your facility's policies on proper documentation. For example, in the GeriPsych facility, we had a code for bowel movements. So we had S for small, M for medium, L for large, XL for extra large. If we documented a small bowel movement, the code was, the bowel movement was about the size of an apple, for example. So we documented S, and that was the code for small. So make sure that you follow your facility's policy on how to do that documentation. Again, if you don't document it, legally speaking, it didn't happen. Really important to do your documentation carefully, promptly after you give the care. Also, please note, never ask anyone else to do your documentation and never accept a request from someone else to document something for them. If you did not do it, you did not witness it, do not document it, because that documentation will have your name and the date on it. And if you don't know if it happened, you don't want to be liable for it. Any questions on that? All right, moving on to the clock. So typically in our day-to-day life, we use a 12-hour clock. Typically in healthcare, we use a 24-hour clock for our documentation. So if you're not familiar with the 24-hour clock, I'll give you a couple of pointers of how to get familiar with it. One of them is a watch that has both. See if I can get this to be not blurry. There we go. So this one has the 12-hour clock in black, and then on the inside, the little tiny red numbers are the 24-hour clock. So if that helps you to get a watch like this one came from Amazon. It was probably $20, $30. You can also switch your cell phone into a 24-hour clock and then practice that way. So get familiar with the time. The nice thing about going between a 12 and 24-hour clock is that the only thing that is actually changing is the hour, not the minutes or seconds. So when you are looking at, back to that picture. When you're looking at this picture, it's showing you the 12-hour clock in the dark gray, the 24-hour clock in the white and the light gray, so the inner and outer part. What's nice about the 24-hour clock, the AM hours are always going to be the same. So for example, 2 a.m. is abbreviated 0200 for the 24-hour clock. To get from a 12-hour time to a 24-hour time in the PM hours, so after 12 o'clock, you will just add 12. So 2 p.m. plus 12 is 1400. So it is not super difficult to go between the two. Midnight, it kind of depends on your facility. Some facilities abbreviate that as 2400. Some facilities abbreviate it as 0000. Follow your facility's policy on that. Keep in mind that when you are documenting, if you're documenting on paper, you need to add the date and time as well as your signature and your title. If you're documenting on the computer, it knows who you are based on what you're logged in as, and it will do that date and timestamp for you. If you're documenting electronically in your facility will train you on how to use the system that they document in. Remember that those HIPAA guidelines are extended through high-tech to protect electronic information. Do not ever share your password or your login. Do not leave yourself logged in if you are going to be leaving the workstation. Always log out. Make sure when you log in and you're doing your documentation that you check to see that you are documenting under the correct resident. That's a common error as well. Start documenting on someone and then realize you're in the wrong chart. Always double check your charting before you save it. Some facilities have tablets that they use for documentation. So if you are taking around a tablet to document, make sure that you're logging out of that, turning it upside down so that nobody who walks by can see that information. Also make sure any of your facility provided devices, computers, tablets, etc., Make sure that you're only using those for electronic health records. Do not personally browse the internet, check your email, log into Facebook, etc. Those sorts of things put that electronic health record at an increased risk for someone who's not supposed to be getting into there. So use your own phone or tablet or laptop on your break to access websites for personal use. Incidents in healthcare are something that happens that we don't expect to happen as a normal part of care. For example, a fall. Sentinel events are unexpected occurrences that result in injury, potentially even death. So incidents, maybe you make a mistake while you're providing care, or maybe you accidentally knock over a resident's lamp and it breaks. Maybe someone asks you to do something outside your scope of practice. Maybe you get hurt or you're exposed to blood or bodily fluid. These things are all incidents that would then be reported to the nurse. When you report an incident, of course, you're going to give factual information on what happened, who it happened to. You're going to make sure that you fill out an incident report per your facility's policy. So let's say you got hurt on the job. You're going to fill out an incident report on that information. You would not document that in the resident's chart. You wouldn't say that you were transferring the resident and you hurt your back in the chart. You document that separately on an incident report. So those forms are defined by the facility. So again, just follow their policy on what to do with that. Any questions? All right. Telephone communication, we won't go over too in depth. Remember, if you're answering the phone, you don't want to give out any information to anyone who doesn't need to know it. That is true for residents and also for other staff members. Sometimes people do not have great intentions when they're calling and asking for your coworkers. Maybe it's someone they're not supposed to be talking with. Maybe it's someone they have some sort of legal action against. So never confirm or deny that a resident or a staff member is at the facility. Don't give out information unless you know who you're talking to. If you're ever uncomfortable with the conversation, just ask to put them on hold and have the nurse take over. Your facility will typically give you like phone prompts, what to say on the phone, like, hi, I'm, a nursing assistant in XYZ facility. How can I help you? Or, hi, I'm Jessica at XYZ facility. How can I help you? So follow that policy from your employer. Remember, when you're on the phone in your workplace, you need to be professional. So don't say, hey, what's up, right? That's talking with your friends, that's fine. Not in a professional environment. So make sure that you check your communication there. If you ever answer the phone and the person that they're looking for is not available, you can always feel free to take a message and pass that on. Always be polite. Make sure that you get a message or a phone number to reach that person at, or if you're calling someone else, make sure that you know your phone number, where you are, and how they can reach you to give a call back. In addition to the external phone system, there is a system inside of facilities so that residents can call us, typically called the call light or call bell. A call light is something that the resident has in their room. They have access to pull that. It's also known as like an emergency cord. They pull it and or push it, depends on the facility, and it will alert us that they need help. So residents should know what they're used for, that they push it or pull it when they need help. And we should also know to respond to those promptly. Call lights should not be going off for extended periods of time. Usually when a resident pushes that or pulls it, they need help. So we need to get there to respond to them. We won't go through each of these impairments individually, mainly because I only want you to know that someone with an impairment needs their assistive device, but we will go through a couple of these topics. So not every definition on the slide. Yeah, Irene?
If they need help and you're working with another patient, can you send somebody else to check?
Yeah, Definitely. Most facilities, like if you're not busy and there's a call light going off, go check it. That's usually what they do in most facilities. That way, if you're, in the shower with a resident and you're scrubbing their back, you're not going to just leave them there and go answer it. So that way, someone else is like, oh, I'm not busy, I'll go grab that. And then if they need you, they can, access you, come find you, use a walkie-talkie, what have you, or they can just get the resident help from them, the nurse, etc. Team efforts. Good question. So an impairment to any of the senses is loss of function or ability. If someone has a visual impairment, they have something wrong with their eyes that makes it so that they cannot see normally. Impairments oftentimes will come following medical events like a stroke. If somebody has a stroke or a CVA, that means that part of the blood supply to their brain was blocked off. That interrupts a lot of different processes in our body. That can leave them with paralysis, speech impairments, hearing difficulty, vision difficulty, weakness. So there are a lot of impairments that can be a result of some sort of condition or disease as well. As far as hearing impairments, make sure that residents have their hearing aids. If you want them to hear you, make sure that they have batteries, make sure they're on and in the ears. Just because someone is hard of hearing doesn't mean that if you yell at them, they're going to hear you. If you can face them, get on their level, and speak to them in a normal tone, they can typically understand what you're saying. In this day and age, if you're required to wear a mask in your facility, it's harder for residents to read your mouth. Sometimes residents who don't hear well will read your lips while you're talking. If that's the case, try to pull your mask away, make sure your hands are away from your face so that they can read your lips while you're talking. As far as residents who have hearing aids work really well in a quiet environment. So if they're in the dining room and there's dishes clanking and other people talking, the hearing aids are going to pick up on all that noise and they're not going to be able to hear what you're saying. So try to get them to a quiet environment. That way they have a chance to be able to understand what you're saying. Residents who have a vision impairment, if they have glasses or contact lenses, make sure that they're wearing those. Always identify yourself when you enter the room. Make sure that you face the resident when you're speaking. Orient them to new things. Give them instructions on what you're doing, what to expect. You can also use an imaginary clock as a guideline. This works really well for mealtime. So if they can't see what's on their plate, you could say, oh, at about 3 o'clock, you have your potatoes. And that will help to point them in the proper direction. If your resident's visually impaired, you need to be really careful when you're leaving them in the room alone. Make sure that they have their call light, they know how to use it. Make sure that if you are assisting them, that you are their eyes, right? If they can't see well, you need to let them know, hey, there's an obstruction, you're going to take a step up. Make sure that they know those things as you're ambulating. You might need to assist them with like cutting food, opening containers, putting a straw into their juice, etc. If a resident has a guide dog, some facilities allow pets, some facilities will only allow service animals, depends on your facility. If they have a guide dog, make sure that you communicate with the resident before interacting with the guide dog. Guide dogs are taught very specific instructions and rules. They follow very specific things for the person that they are assisting. So you want to always check with that person before you pet them or give them a snack, what have you. For someone who has had a stroke, like I said, there may be lasting speech impairments. You may need to ask simple questions like yes, no questions. You may need to agree on a signal. I had a resident I took care of who we did thumbs up for yes or the thumb tucked into the fist for no. I also had a resident who had a like a iPad that we would touch on there for them. So they would put their hand up there and they would touch toilet if they needed to go to the bathroom or food if they were hungry. So that was another way that we communicated with that person. Pen and paper, sometimes just writing something down helps instead of verbally communicating it. So it really depends on your resident. You need to figure out what works for them. One thing I want you to know about people who maybe aren't speaking to you or responding to you, they can typically still hear you and they can typically still understand what you're saying. So even if someone does not appear to hear what you say or to interact with you, you still want to tell them what you're doing. You still want to introduce yourself. You still want to speak as if they can hear you. So don't speak about, personal things or talk about them like they can't hear you. You need to make sure to be aware that they probably still can hear you. As far as combative residents, we're going to talk about that when we talk about dementia. So we're not going to go through those behaviors. As far as inappropriate behavior, if a resident is acting inappropriately or saying inappropriate things to you, be very direct with them. I told you I started out as a CNA when I was 18. I did get some weird comments from older men, right? Like, oh, you're really pretty, things like that. It's like, that makes me really uncomfortable. I'm here to take care of you and to help you. Those sorts of comments make me uncomfortable. And then they would usually say, oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean that to make you uncomfortable. So just be very matter of fact. Like, it's not okay for you to talk like that to me, or that makes me uncomfortable, or that's not appropriate. So be very matter of fact with those sorts of comments. And then, of course, report them to the nurse as well. We don't want you to have to be taking care of a resident who's repeatedly making those sorts of comments at you. We already talked about hitting residents, not allowed, no matter what. So do not ever put your hands on a resident unless you are doing some sort of ADL care or assisting the resident. Any questions about communication? No? Any questions about anything from any of the chapters that we talked about today or from the classroom? No? All right. Then what we will do is we will look at your schedule. So let me pull it back up. So here's your schedule. So you can see we're on day 1, Monday the 15th. We covered chapters 1 through 4 today in lecture. Your homework that's due tomorrow. So if you look at Tuesday, it says workbook chapters 1 through 4. So for tonight, I want you to get your workbook and your textbook, open up to chapter 1, and get started reading through and then answering questions in your workbook. Work from chapter 1 all the way through chapter 4, and then we will go over those tomorrow morning. Yeah, Irene?
What is the BSL video?
We will do that tomorrow. Don't worry about it. So that one, yeah, it says other, that video. We will do that during class. The second half of our class tomorrow, we will be watching the BLS portion of your CPR class. So you'll be watching all those videos where they go over like how to perform CPR, how to assess the situation. We'll be watching all those for the second half tomorrow. So nothing you need to do at home. You'll also see, as I mentioned before, on Thursday, you'll have modules 1 through 4 due. So again, that means taking the exams on each module. I would recommend holding off on those until at least tomorrow. So for today, workbook 1 through 4, do it along with your reading your textbook, and you'll be good to go for tomorrow. Also, click around in the classroom, look at things. If you have any questions, jot those down, and I can answer them tomorrow. Any questions on what your homework is? Oh. All right. I'll go ahead and take attendance. Yeah, Irene?
So after we do the workbook, do we have to turn it in, like take a picture of it, or just wait till tomorrow?
No. So tomorrow, so the way that I know you did your workbook, just so nobody is surprised, the way that I know you did your workbook is if I say tomorrow morning, okay, chapter 1, Irene, will you go over 1 through 5? And you go, that tells me you didn't do your homework, right? So if I say, will you go over 1 through 5? And you're like, oh yeah, 1 is A, 2 is B, then that tells me you did your homework. So that's how I check you throughout the 2 weeks. And then you'll actually physically bring that workbook on your first day of clinical and turn it in. So I'll be calling on you to go over answers. That's how I know if you did your homework. If you didn't do it, just say it. Just say, I didn't do that section. You need to do it, right? Because you're going to submit the whole workbook. But just be honest if you didn't do it. So you don't need to turn it in daily, but you will need to submit it on the first day of clinical. And I'll remind you on our last day of class before clinical to bring it. Any other questions? All right. I'll go ahead and make sure you are all here. So I see Rebecca. Not really, but she's here. And Eloisa, there you are. And Erica, and Valerie, and Jessica, and Danny, and Samantha, and Irene, and Marcella, and Kylie, and Lupita. There you are. Elisa. There you are. Jeffrey. And Caitlin. There's Caitlin. All right, so you're all here. That is great. I will mark that for attendance. Like I said, you will all be getting emails with the attendance sheets to sign. So when those come through, just sign your initials. And then that tells basically who gives us permission to give you training. They want to know that I said you're here and that you said you're here. So that just tells them, I said you're here, you said you're here, you get credit. That's all that is. If you don't have any other questions, I know I threw a lot of information at you today, so I will let you go a little early and give you some time to digest that information, look through your classroom, and also get started on your workbook. Any questions before I let you go? Rebecca, if you want to hang tight, I'll try to help you with your camera. Everyone else, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., same place. Enjoy your evening.